We can start pushing face now. Yup. Da 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 da. Jesus Christ. Okay. Either way. Hi, Ash Queen. Anything notable about your weekend? Anything of note? Nothing of mine notable to speak of. I watched some of The Boys last night. This can be manipulated. I took Cairn over some other decent legendaries. My theory was that just sticky bodies are really good right now for pushing damage. Had a barbecue yesterday and played badminton. Badminton? Now, is that common around where you are? Is that a common yard game? Easy Bat Rider, right? You're gonna tee me up like that, may as well. The OA, I have not watched the OA. I don't know anything about it. I think I always get it confused with the OC, which I imagine is a very different show. That's a scary one. Okay, no mass polymorph. Sure. Sure. That's fine. Unless this is another rune. I still have all that mana left over because that cost 4. That's crazy. We're getting there, though. Not common, but my Nana was a badminton champion when she was younger. Cool. Our big yard game growing up was croquet, which is not, it's also not common where I live, where I grew up. But for whatever reason, my grandma had a croquet set, so we played that all the time. It's a fun game. This didn't come from this, right? So, it's either Ice Barrier or we win. Ah, I could have hit here. So we win if this goes face. Do I try it? Wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me. Why? Why, dude? Why an enemy? Why an enemy? Why an enemy? Wait a minute. Use the second target? Can I go face twice? I'm having a meltdown here. Okay, we're good. No! Will it go face twice? It will not. Okay. Okay, a little bit messy at the end there, but we don't have to talk about it that much. The OA is very interesting. Cool. Deck feels good. Is it supernatural, the OA? Or is it one of those things where we don't know if it's supernatural? And then you know, you go on a journey of discovery and realize, is it really that important, whether it's supernatural or not? Just pass, right? More spiritual? Okay, okay, okay. I mean, that makes sense. Wait, Infinite Wolf is bad? What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What kind of value judgment? We kill. I guess the beast. Oh, that's not a beast though. Kill this then? It's more likely they bounce or they get Murloc synergy. Is the implication that Infinite Wolf, you think it's bad because I didn't keep it in the mulligan? There are all sorts of good cards that I don't keep in the mulligan. If I got Raid Boss and Ixia, I might throw it away. Then again, I might not. Alright, I got a new mug. Or, like, not a mug, a, thermos. See how it works. Still hot. Good job. Thank God we got this Razormane Raider because it's by far the best tempo piece here. We're down to 17? How the hell did that happen? take all that damage just from a couple of tutus? What? I'm offended. I'm triggered. My fight or flight is triggered. Da 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 da. If you don't love me now. What do we do? I'm gonna kill that just to open up some real estate for our other minions and mitigate a little bit of damage here. Hi. Yeah. What up? Yeah. Will he visit? It chrono shotted. Wow. That's a weird chrono shot. I have a seat?
Let fall the sands of time.
He's very cute. You ever wonder what the sound Slime Scale Diver makes means? Stop chrono shotting me. Ass. It, it always makes me think of this anime that I'm watching with Frank called Steins Gate. It's an interesting anime. It's got some uncomfortable stuff in it, but about time travel. Anyway, there's this one character who every time she greets someone, she goes doo doo doo. Every time I hear Slime Scale Diver, I think it's that character greeting somebody. What? Ice Trap. Interesting. Glad we didn't go with the Mark Shot line. I was not expecting an Ice Trap. What about you? What about you? I can like set it up. Yeah. Oh, see ya. That was short-lived. Okay, we gotta figure this turn out. I think I figured it out. Yeah, I know. Put this down. Hero power and do this. Sure. That was the worst result, I think, but still fine. It's basically the same either way. Ice Trap the last thing you expected too. It almost screwed us up. We definitely had some lines where we start with a Mark Shot there. Didn't work out for them, but I appreciate the gambit. I was super thinking it was going to be Explosive Trap because we had 2 2-1s on the board, right? Yeah. You want me to lend it out? Put it out on loan? Now, if you rent a beard from someone, if you rent a beard, what the heck do I keep and what do I throw? Probably throw that. It's like good value, but we don't need it for early game tempo. I want to keep this because we don't have good 4s. The nets. They play like a peasant. They play like a peasant, we're gonna want the nets. Is Barb Nets very good? No, not really. It's fine though. I totally almost screwed myself because I thought I had lethal with shooting my own Razormane Raider earlier. But this only hurts enemies. You can't shoot your own minions. I got kind of annoyed. You're new to Hearthstone? You know what? Somebody yesterday came into the stream and was talking, and they said they were just picking up Hearthstone again for the first time in years and years, so. Now would you look at that? They play a 1-mana 2/2, I play a Barb Net. There you go. That's what Barb Nets is for. If you got a lot of Nagas, it can be nice to shoot with it twice. That usually doesn't happen in my experience, but... and about the wolf, you know, we were kind of half talking about the wolf. I don't know if it... Is it... So Infinite Wolf is bad? I don't know if that's meant to be asking me what I think about it, but... I think it's fine. It's like, it's just like a removal card. It's not really much of a minion. 3 mana, deal 5 damage is pretty solid. Like a Barb Net, right? Solid for its cost. Are we getting a diver out, or are we... K9ing? I think we just dominate the early game. So what brought you to Hearthstone, Frank? The girlfriend, she plays? What mode does she like to play? You know, chat, for those of you who know who I'm talking about, there's another Frank who is a regular member of this channel, chat, and also lives with me. Anyway, he actually introduced me to Hearthstone. And I calculated this the other day. It's 5 years ago now. Wasn't really on my radar before he started watching streams and stuff. My first exposure to Hearthstone was through streams then. I think probably like Shady Bunny. And I did not enjoy when he put Hearthstone streams on, actually, because I had no idea what any of the cards did. And so it was just like shapes colliding with each other. I thought it was pretty boring. Like, it's a lot more fun when you learn what the shapes are and what they do. I could hit if I want to preserve the poison. Kinda think I do. It's super inefficient, it gets a lot less damage face, but... And we do 2 and 3 next turn, and which is better than... Yeah. Likes duels in arena. 4 is pretty good. I played duels only a little bit right when it was released. So I don't have much experience with it. We could just hold this up on the treasure guard. Play K9, go face. We could chrono shot it. We just beat... By the way, our last opponent had 2 chrono shots. These are arena-only cards from the Tavern of Time set. This is one of the arena-only cards that's in for a special event right now. In case you're wondering what the heck this is. You see it doesn't have a rarity in the middle? Anyway, we could chrono shot it. Don't think we need to. Bad order, by the way. I would take a raider, I think. Secret Plan could also be good. I would take a raider. Pop, pop. Wait, what did they... They used to hit it very hard on our diver. That's hilarious. That's very funny. You just keep putting annoying 1-5 taunts up. Trade, face, raider. If I had one more mana, I really would consider chrono shotting this. But I think raider needs to come down. They don't actually have a way to proc the frenzy. But maybe I trade this anyway to protect this. Because like this and this are really nice trades. If I do this, it screws up their whole trading matrix. Yeah, we could have bulked up K9 Otron. It's true. And then gone full face. Maybe that's better? This makes things really awkward for them though. Oh, come on. I don't like that. Alright, they're gonna find what? Like a brawl, an execute? What are we afraid of here? Not a lot of good warrior spells. I could wolf this. Or just block it. Chrono shot? Maybe. Terrible for mana efficiency. We want stuff that can deal damage, so we want this on the board. Many people play warrior. I never see warrior as a new player. It really depends on the meta, meaning like how good all the classes are at any given time. I think that warrior's pretty good right now in arena. I think that if you take all the different arena metas over all the time that has existed, warrior might be like the least played class, because it's often really bad in arena. Alright, well there's our chrono shot target. Wario OP. Oa. No, 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 no. Go face, 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 please. Why the hell would you slam there, man? What would compel you to slam? Follow-up question. How do I play this turn? I actually don't have lethal. 5, 8, 10. We're 1 off. We don't have to rip this right now. But I think we do. Put him to 1. This will cost 10. Should be no problem. Famous last words. And like, just in case, let's play this. And that's fine. We're not adding any power to the board, but we don't need to. We just need to prevent, like, haunts. Yeah, there you go. Weird game from our opponent. Hit it very hard on a 2-1. Slam on a 5-6 at the end of a turn. They're trying to get it to go into the Moarg, but it's a very strange play. Gotta believe in the Smork. Amen. I'm a believer. And then I saw my face. I'm a believer. Ba-dap-dap-dap-dap-dap. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yow. You don't really need barbed nets in the early game because Bloodseeker does the same thing except 10 times better. We'll keep Batrider, same reason as last time. Weak 4s. And I think we throw you and look for early game. That's not early game. That is, though. Look at that beard. Yeah, I need to go into my second place and think for a second. I would normally always be playing Corporal here. I'm trying to bait them into playing a 2 health minion. Wow, I wish this was in my hand last turn. Great card here, though. It's actually kind of perfect for us. Okay. Doesn't really matter how we do this, it's the same. Yeah. If we could swing Batrider, we'll do it. Otherwise, we have Rager. That's good for us, actually, because we can Batrider. It's a little annoying because once again, we're at turn 4 at 6 seed health. I don't know how this keeps happening, but... What am I supposed to do about that? Man, I was set up until that. It's madness. Oh no. Discover freezing trap. You're right. I could have done that first. But then if I miss freezing trap, I lose immediately. So maybe that's the way to win. Maybe you just say, if I miss freezing trap, I lose, but I go for it here. Maybe you're right. Stormhammer. We'll try to bait the hit into the corporal. Maybe they're just not thinking and they want to get rid of the corporal. Hammer off the top. Ow. That's an aggressive hunter. That's an aggressive hunter. Put me to shame, man. Can't beat a 5-man at 11-11. Good for her. I'm gonna lose. I would want it to be in Mortal Hunter combat. I'm hesitant to even want to keep Bloodguard because it's just like... Yeah, we got another 5-drop, we're good. Plus, like, Righteous Defense makes you not want to play minions that have stats, which is horrible. Oh, we're gonna be playing this as a 3-mana 2/4 unless something happens. Something drastic. And if you don't love me now, then you'll never love me again. I mean, that's just kind of better here, right?
Access denied. First, push them back.
I'm worried about buffs. Do I want to knock the shield off? Worried about the boosts. How would you play the Murloc? I wish we had a better punish. Maybe this is a better punish. Do we want basically just a Divine Shield on this? Because, like, this is gonna get popped. This is gonna be dead. Kinda just want a Bloodseeker. Then maybe play this and maybe get Divine Shields next turn? Just feel like the Bloodseeker's a better investment than a Divine Shield on a 2-4. Okay. I'll take, I'll, I'll take it. We're missing a ton of face damage. It's fine. We got a really nice board here. Aldor would be sad. Righteous Defense obviously would be tragic. Tragedy. Tragedy. I hope this is not an overcommitment. I'm a little worried about Consecration. Little bit worried. No Consec? Beautiful. Five, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 18.
I don't need any of you.
Brutal.
The victory is yours.
So many of the, like, powerful colossal stuff I just haven't seen in days. It really got weeded out. I think some of the Colossals we were seeing even after the adjustment were like old decks or something. So I'm seeing even fewer now. Hello, God. Okay, I mean, if we're gonna have a good 3, then we'll throw the bad 3. 2, 3, 4. Mage dropped like 3% because of the Cavern Dreamer nerf. Isn't that funny? 3 whole percent for a whole class? What a skew. What a skew. Pointing this sets up this? That worth it? Is that worth it? No, I'm just gonna keep the curve for now. Hope it's not a mistake.
Fellow man. No, that's not right.
Well, that's not particularly helpful. I guess we do this. Hmm.
I'll take you with me.
Oh, I see the line. I see the line. I think. I was looking at, like, hit at Rider stuff, but here's what I think I want to do. Grab this kill. Just play Diver. This can't interact with anything on the board. And then we clean it up with 3 power next turn. We take a crap ton of damage this way, though, so something to look out for. I appreciate the follow, Frank. Hope to see you around. Welcome to the fun dungeon.
Another happy guildie.
Okay, hit. Okay, in that case, I'll just do this. I'll tell you what I was gonna do. I was gonna do a Pack Runner Coin Gatekeeper, so that the 1/1 and the 4/1 could kill the 2/5. But if that's gonna happen, then I'll just use the rush on that thing. Fine. Okay, so now... Now, I kill that. Shoot one of these. Yep. And then take the kill. Beautiful. Beautiful. And we have all the momentum for now. For now. I mean, I can't very well take 10 damage, can I? Oh, what if I don't kill it? What if I play the Taunt and Diver? Is that crazy? 5, 10, 13. I'm down to 14. I think this is a more likely chance for success. Though I don't know for sure. But I like the Smork. I mean, we gotta Smork him at some point. We're running out of time. Our weapon represents 10 damage. That's rough. Chrono Shot. No, we take the hit, right? That's pretty good. Then we keep the pressure up and we still have Chrono Shot for whatever else they play. Sure. I mean, we're closer, but they have more health than I would like. We need good draws. Stuff that can push damage. Sure. It's... I like this. Hey there, Ivanovic. Trying to bring home this win against the Warrior, but... they have too much health! Much help. How you doing today, Ivanovic? How's your weekend? How you feeling about your Hearthstoning? Yeah, they have another one of those. Come on, man. God damn it. Oh, god damn it. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. We killed it? If they have Battle Master, it's lethal. That's a Murloc. Will it be a 5-5? I think it'll be a 2-2. But if they ever play it, we'll find out. I think it'll be a 2-2. Because that's not how the Murlocs grow, right? Put them down to 15. Make them trade. Win. One off? I wonder if they had a Gore Howl. You think it'll be a 5-5? So you can't debuff those things once they've been... yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like once they've been shuffled in and they can't get debuffed. Yeah, honestly, I really don't care what the stats are. It's... the sap play was not really about the stats so much. It's just so that you can trade and make sure that your Raider goes face as well at the same time. Are they mad because they're one off? They seem mad because they're one off. How much health did they have? They're dead too. That was great. It came down to 1 health. We had 16, they had 16. Right, and my weapon was 6, and I had the giant. So could not they have armored out of lethal range? And traded my 3-2? So that I only had 8 from the giant, 6 from the weapon, and 2 from hero power. That's 16. Could they not have armored to 18? Oh, it was including if they armor. Okay. This is good. That's amazing. One damage away on their end, perfect lethal on ours. That's a good hunter game. We chose the right moment to push damage, I think. Yeah, that was a really good one.
Mind if I roll me?
And I'll take this hit to protect the Divine Shield. You can be free and easy with your first charge from Bloodseeker. You only need your second charge to be honorable kill. Remember that always, chat. I'm sad that I just got wrecked by a hunter. I was winning easily and thought I'd be okay tapping, but then the troll centurion killed me exactly. Ah, warlock versus hunter, classic matchup. Dangerous game. So we got many ways to kill. I think this is the best. But Bat Rider was also pretty sweet, and you also could do Pack Runner, Net. How do you have that many cards? You're facing some crazy quality warriors. Is it time for me to start playing warrior again?
Sorry, Squishy. I'll be working.
There's also, just by virtue of being a spell, Barb Nets has some nice use value for like stuff like this, or any other spell synergy, the Baba Naga and stuff like that. The only downside to the first hit Bloodseeker is in case you really need the second charge but don't get honorable kill. Yeah, that's accurate. I mean, it isn't without downside. And you could also argue that if you hold your charges and then get honorable kill later, then you have multiple charges at the greater attack value, which is more value overall. But it's way worse tempo, so... I mean, that warrior we just beat, Cypher. That warrior had some crazy card quality. The double Tidal Revenant? Oof. I almost could not get through that. This is best play around for this anyway, so... Maybe full face is better, but... We'll give them a little bit of respect. Shaman can heal like a mother, so keep that in mind. Probably not Chrono. Could kill with this. If we play this, it gets et up. Feels weird, man. Feels weird because you get rid of the Bloodseeker, and it's mana inefficient. And you have two of these, and they're better stats, but they just get hard countered by a 6/6, so... You could argue that if they're trading into this, they lose anyway, because all this is still going phase. Maybe that's accurate. Another Stuling. 5, 9, 12, 14. So, I mean, well... I wish we had lethal, but... With Chrono Shot in hand, not much they can do here. Again, healing would be their out. Time to go sicko mode. No, no. Hilariously, we didn't even remotely need Chrono Shot, just a hero power would have done. We're seeing Maworgs today, we're seeing the power of Smork, because if you don't Smork, those Maworgs are gonna put you out of business. Birds. Bloodseeker again, I do not mind if I do. I do not mind if I do. However, I don't know about you. I think I'll keep you. So we have a dearth of strong 3s. Gatekeeper can maybe do good stuff with the Bloodseeker. It's just small damage attribution. Another warrior? True. Warrior is tough for Hunter. It's a tough nut to crack. Well, that just makes this redundant. Oh well. Oh well. Nice. Oh man, doing me a favor. Woo-wee. This has been our perennial companion today so far. Very grateful for it. Hard to beat this start from us. What are they gonna do? That's cool. I don't know about this hit. Well, sure. Silver platter? Silver platter, 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 platter. A doobie. We got Bloodguard, we got an active Naga's Pride. Everything's coming up. Blob House.
Turning tides. Look what you're
Okay. I don't play this yet because I might want a discounted Naga's Pride. I don't know. So I'll keep the hand flexible in that way. Four, 7, 8, 13, 15. Okay, play some minions buff the whole board seems reasonable to me. You also could have very easily played some different stuff and gotten full face. Both lines are good. But I figure Warrior doesn't have a lot of like AoE or anything. The AoE that they have is not playable here. So going wide makes a lot of sense. It's kind of the same against Rogue. 21, 5, 9, 13, 17. Oh, jeez. And then some. Another warrior up, another warrior down. Disposed of. Our hunter is cleaning up. I didn't think it was the best, like, hard quality deck ever. I knew it was good. I think it's really well built as well. Not to blob myself on the back. But yeah, we are getting hard carried by Bloodseeker. But the way that you can tell, here's a secret. Don't tell anybody. The way you can tell if a deck is well built is if mediocre cards suddenly feel really good. I'm talking about stuff like Barbed Nets. It's just an arcane shot most of the time, right? It's 1 mana deal 2. But Barbed Nets has felt amazing in this deck, and it's because the rest of our deck is built well, so we're putting pressure on well, and the breaking points that our opponent's offering us are really beneficial to us tempo-wise. You can take advantage of them better. So when all of a deck's components are working well together, mediocre cards will feel better. And when you've built a deck that is not structurally sound, this is actually gonna be really funny. Okay, watch these next few turns, okay? You've built a deck that's structurally unsound and is not built well, it will make even the best cards in the game feel bad, and it'll get confusing, because you'd be like, what the heck, everyone's beating me up with this card, but when I played it doesn't do anything. Because you need support. Every card needs support. This is awesome. This is never give them anything to hit. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, they're gonna hate us. We just spent 2 turns playing very high value cards that could not be interacted with by their corporals. That's good stuff. This is great. I'm not used to drinking hot coffee on stream. Always lukewarm at best. Alpo. Is that what Emperor Palpatine goes by on vacation? No need for honorifics, I'm just Palpo today. Hey kids, you can call me Palpo. Uncle Palpo. Bum. 10-pound giant, huh? It'll be a little while before we play you, but maybe we'll be glad for you. So many cards. They must have many decisions to make. Okay. I wonder if they have Spawn of Deathwing, and they were trying to decide if it was worth it to risk the discard / risk the 50-50, and they decided Siphon is better. That's my theory. Did they... Yeah, they did get both of them, unfortunately. I was kind of hoping that they'd maybe only get one. Palpitating for Palpatine. Pupating. Yeah. This is like my new thermos down here. These things. That's what I'm drinking out of. Hey. Everything deals 5 damage. It's really annoying. Should be like a 5-1 by now. What if we, just leave it as a 5/5? Maybe send it face? I don't know. This trades here, gets a crap ton of attack, but that doesn't really matter. It's not gonna stick around that long. I hope. The one time I picked Infinite Wolf, this is what I did a lot. Yeah, I don't hate it. 5 damage face is great. 5 damage to kill a minion is great. Having that option available next turn. Also, just psychologically, them looking at all of these stats, you know? When all of your damage dealing stuff deals the same amount of damage, you gotta get a little creative. What do you even kill here? Yeah. And... sure. So I'm gonna snap you up, yum yum yum. And giant? I don't know, man. Missing 5 with her enemy at 15 is tough, but I like the body out there. I feel like it helps them focus if we attack and get rid of the body. Or maybe ensuring the damage is better. Soul Render Nether. Ouch! We still have lethal. They can't do anything. We have perfect lethal? Yep, they're done. Yes. Take that, Sheev. Goodbye, Wolf. Happy trails. Have a good journey. This is like when people in a movie like team up with some animal that's like an apex predator and they become friends and they fight a battle together, and then at the end they're like, we finished our battle, we won, you can go roam free in the wilderness. And the wolf is like, fuck you, you didn't tell me what I can do, I was gonna go do that anyway. Anyway, good game. Tell me I can roam free. I'm hardly roaming free if you're telling me I can. And in 1, y'all. We played this person earlier. Not a lot of people on so early in the morning, huh? Was it the same deck? I don't remember. Probably. Let me see. We played them at, No, that's a different person. This person? Yeah, we actually lost to them. Right, they had that really aggressive hunter deck. Pet Collector pulled the Shellfish, the 5-mana 11/11. I don't know what information that gives us. That's useful. Probably this is a good mulligan. Maybe you keep Infinite Wolf with that information you have, but I think the Diver will do just fine. We honestly didn't see much of their deck, because they beat us so bad and fast and hard and rough. Huh. We've gotten freezing every time. Huh. This hunter's our only loss, by the way. It's pretty cruel that we're queued into them again. We could try a gambit. I want to play this and this next turn, perhaps. That's what I'm thinking. I almost did it this turn. But I think getting Slime Scale down is a little safer. So aggressive, man. Give me a break. Give me some peace. Ah, shit. I still gotta do it. I still gotta do it for tempo, man. I just want to get rid of you. Also, getting rid of this fish could... The thing is, they want to get rid of the 3-2 first, but they can't because of the freezing trap. So we're kind of making the order confusing for them this way. Stat-wise, it doesn't look like this freezing trap would be good, but... It messes their order up. So it's like fine tempo. Just need to survive till our 5s, right? Like, our 5s can help us stabilize a little bit if we're not totally off the board. Not remotely the spells that I was looking for. Ah. This person's gonna beat us twice in one run. Oh man. I haven't had like a rematch in a run in a long time. Dude, oh, the tech is so good. This doesn't stop. Now we can't play our 5s. Oh, no shot. If this wasn't stealth, I could rush this. This is terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Terrible. Everything has the same result, though. Bloodguard dies the same way. Corporal Doggy Biscuit is the same. Corporal Treasure Guard just gets cleaned up. Very ugly. Watch, we're gonna queue into this person again for the last match. I wonder if they have a loss. That's our trick! Terrible draw. Terrible draw. I need something that's different than this. Something different, please. Oh. Are they that close to killing us? I guess so. Yeah, they are very much so. Jesus Christ. Smoked by the same hunter twice in one run. What in the world? I need to take a breath after that one. Oh my god. Oh. I'll take a pee break, that's what I'll do. Empty my bladder, fill my mind. Yeah, man. Also just, like, giving that person time to queue separate from us. I wonder if that person noticed that they've been farming me. I wonder if they know. FDR 329. I didn't realize there were so many. Piercing shot should go. 1, 2, 3. Actually, candle shot this time, not bloodshot. Just blood seeker. Been blood seeker every game almost. I'd rather open up. They could roll a taunt totem, actually. Don't do it, man. Yes, yes, good. Hack can get 2 1/1s this turn. In fact, I think I'll do that. I'm hitting freezing trap every time, I guess I'm lucky. That's lovely. I'll take it all. I will take it. There were 3 bad hits for the 2/2. Poison, Divine Shield, and Stealth. Poison just means this dies. Divine Shield means the 1/1 lives, which kills this, and Stealth means we can't get rid of that 2/2. I will trap you. Will I trap you? Will I shoot you? I don't know what I will do. I'm just gonna shoot you. The reason I'm gonna shoot you is it's on curve. It's just it's nice on curve. That's it. We do 3 and 2 next turn. We missed some damage face with that spell that it could deal later, but I don't think it's worth it to think about that. Okay, let's do one of these, well, let's decide later what 3 we want. This goes in, 2 health left. That goes in? We could do that. And then I'll throw the poison anyway. Play this next turn. And then we taunt up. Seems like a plan. Sure. I don't mind. Could've let Freezing Trap take it. Maybe that would've been smart. But I feel like Freezing Trap next turn is good. Kill a smaller minion, they... Oh. Ooh... Shit. It's time to smork, y'all. Time to go hard to the face. So they're gonna get some transformed minions this turn that I'm nervous about. When they finally attack, they'll get freezing shotted. Not if they find Rush, though. Freezing trapped, I mean. Another one. Oh, it transformed into Faceless. That's so dumb, man. It's fine, though. Right? Like, they're still kind of screwed. For now. Five, 9, 10, 12. Is there any way? There's no way. So what I'm wondering... is if all of this goes face... or if we buff a little bit. We'll do one of these half measures. I really wondered if we should kill this. It could totally backfire, like transform something into a Maworg or something, but I think we have to have faith. Have a little faith. Because it would have to be something extreme to stop us at this point, right? So they get one rush out of it. Two rushes out of it? Holy shit. There's no way, there's no way. Yeah, yes, okay, good, we're good. Whew! Holy moly. We're contractually obligated to only lose to that one hunter. So, we'll see if we queue into them here. Final boss, man. So early in the morning? What's with that? I knew this deck was good, but damn. Here we go. Give me your energies. You were gonna put the Blood Guard and 1/1 into the Master and kill it? I certainly thought about it. I certainly did. But I guess I didn't want to deplete my forces at that point. Because the thing is, the transform also kind of screws them up too. Like, if you'll remember, they played a, Action Oink? They played a 5-mana 4/4 rush guy. And they only got half of the rush because the other half got transformed. But it evens out because earlier they played a 3-mana card that became the Faceless, so... Okay, this is our classic start. Alright, we're gonna have our classic start against Action Oink. And we'll be on our way to victory. Okay, you just trade one for the other, that's fine. I understand. 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that. Happily, I will use Bloodseeker. On you. How you doing, World Cry? They dagger. Well, you could, like, infinite wolf here. Does that make any sense at all? No? Not really, unless they're planning on coining a 4-drop and don't have any other play. I hear it's a better time to build a computer because crypto and NFT stuff is crashing. So you can actually find the parts you need a little bit better. Just do this to go face. It's not like ideal, but it continues the pressure, sets this up decently. Was that a top deck? Not a top deck. Okay. Not a top deck is fine. Yeah, and I'm actually gonna... I'm gonna morb! I think just kill it? Or maybe face is better? I'm worried about them playing stuff and then hitting and like... They could do that with the dagger, but then they take 5. No face. I'm fine, just hanging, chilling. Trying to keep my head on straight. Second best result, I think. Alright, that's perfect actually. So we could do this, get that minion out, and then do this, and get an actual dredge. Hopefully... Holy moly, Ooh. Any mechs? This is a mech. It might survive. Are we taking the Gatekeeper? Oof. It might survive. And then I'll just do this. Thought about setting this here. It could have made some sense. I'll hold the charge for now, though. That's good for them. But not horrible for us. Interesting. Let's hit him with a, something like that. Okay, catch them off guard with the extra damage from Explosive Trap. Maybe kill him fast. Yeah, they're playing minions. They are not expecting Explosive Trap remotely. They should have checked. See, we're at our final boss, and oh, they're not gonna attack. I see. Hey man, whatever you say. And then let's actually, like, protect it. We'll consider this a trick. We're gonna trick them. Trick them into thinking they can go face. I don't know. They have to be taking Mondo damage from these bombs. These bombos. Bombo bimbo. Well, some things are more important, World Cry. Some things are more important than the game. No, the candle shot gets them out of lethal range. No, the giant! Oh shit. 8, 9, 10, 11? Barb Nets is good. So if they have 4 damage out of hand, they kill us. That's... okay, this is not... that's a ram. So they have 3 cards in the hand, they're gonna draw a 4th. Cold Blood is death. Blood in the Water is not. Oh wait, we just have lethal. This goes face. Sorry, chat. I almost didn't notice. I've been misplaying with this card. Alright. Yeah! Alright! Feels good, man. Starting the day with a 12er. I almost forgot that the neck goes face. Oh, shoot. Who's the MVP, chat? We have a lot of candidates. Barb Nets? I would say a minor candidate. Bloodseeker, definite candidate. It looks like we have 2 goldens already. Or we might actually only have 1. If we only have 1, I'll gold another one. Chrono Shot was amazing, but we didn't actually use it that much. This is pretty good. Pack Runner was pretty good. Naga's Pride, pretty good. Diver was awesome as usual. The Raiders were really important too. We could consider a Razor main Raider gold. Bloodseeker's obviously the MVP though. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna call Bloodseeker the MVP. And we'll see if we want to golden a Bloodseeker. And if not, we can make a Raider. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. What are our rewards? That's a pretty pack. I like that. I like the red and black. Alright, let's get our golden. Let me see. Bloodseeker. We actually do have 2 goldens for the Bloodseeker already. Good to know. Alright, so let's make a golden Razormane Raider. Not you. Yes. No. Yes. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. Let's see what we're gonna get up to next. You going so fast? Well, we did just say we were looking at playing some warrior, huh? We could try some warrior. Let's see. I can't believe we went 12 and both of our losses were to the same hunter. That's crazy. Basically, the only busted class right now looks like it's Warlock. Warrior is second, but at a 52.2%, it's much more reasonable. But like, I did well with a Shaman yesterday, so I don't know. You can pretty much play whatever. Not a good start. Come on. I need to feel hopeful about this deck. My warriors torture me. Okay. Gotta be this, right? Don't want to start with 2 5s. We go execute here. We go execute here. Oh, there it goes. Grab Smith, right? Legionnaire is pretty solid right now. But not if you don't necessarily know what your deck is gonna look like. Gain 5 armor is actually a legitimate strategy with Warrior right now. But I don't want a 5 mana 5/5. I already have one of those. Conditioning's great. I recommend it, it keeps your hair silky. Well, we could think about this one. I actually haven't been checking win rates of cards a lot recently, and I've also been playing better. I don't assume that they're related, but... Hot Air Balloon has the lowest win rate. That's sad. I guess we take Protector. Probably good with conditioning, right? Hit it very hard has to be better than Brawl, right? Correct? Brawl is just so unwieldy. Lady Ashvane. Give all weapons in your hand, deck, and battlefield +1/+1. That's cool if you get weapons. The last 2 times I've had Cairn in a draft, it's been against legendaries that were potentially better, but I picked Cairn anyway, and this might be another one of those times. Like, Ashvane's potentially better, right? Anyone in chat have any experience with this card? But I kinda just want the Cairn. Turbo Hardware. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Fun Dungeon. Appreciate it. With no weapons, I wouldn't take the other one. There's a lot of really good warrior weapons right now. And we are early in the draft. You have the 4-2 Fate Cleaver, you have the Super Collider, you have the I guess Fiery War Axe? Is that still like a thing? I don't know. You have the tradable one. You have the Gore Howl. You have the there's one or two other ones. Yeah, Outrider's Axe, the the best one. Trident's really good. I'm from Pennsylvania in the United States, Turbo Hardware. And I still live in Pennsylvania, but I switched cities. I'm in Philadelphia now. The thing about Cairn is that it's just a really solid support card for whatever you're doing. I don't know what we're doing yet, though. Conditioning WinCon. I like the idea of the Ashvane, but glad they messed up the card list on Play Hearthstone. I don't know what that is. What happened? Something happened on Play Hearthstone. Okay. We gotta make a decision here. Reno! That's right, we're going Reno! No, we're not going Reno. We're not going Reno. We're going Jackson! No, we're not going Jackson. I'm just stalling. All I see is Druid and neutral. Reno Warrior with 3 dupes. Maybe you got enough pure stats with conditioning? That's what I'm thinking, 5 APM, right? Like, maybe we could just overwhelm them with stats. Where are you from, Turbo Hardware? IBM? Watch, we're gonna be so weapon rich. We're gonna be so weapon rich. This I will take even though we don't have a weapon, because I feel like we're gonna at least find one weapon, right? One or two. One or two weapons, probably not enough to justify the legendary, but definitely enough to justify the Berserker. Plus it's Rush, which is cool. Wow. All this weapon synergy that we could have invested in. Canary Islands? Cool. I always thought the Canary Islands had a cool name. Do you ever take the Zoldrak Ritualist, chat? Or is that just, like, dumb and bad? It's a 4-mana 3/9 taunt. No? What could go wrong, though? 3 1-cost minions? What's the problem with that? The problem is that it summons Stone Tusk Boars. Yeah, that's the problem. The Pelicans, I'd say, would be the main problem, right? What's the punish? Pelican, and what else? Belay Fighter? The win rate of the card shows how bad it is? Well, no, because 99 people have played it, as far as I can see. I guess I could look last 14 days. That's even fewer people. That's not good data. That just means a bunch of dinguses took it and then misplayed with it. general in the past. Alright, look, I'll lay off the Ritualist, because I don't necessarily believe in it. I'll lay off. But it's only because my true pet project is Lakari Fellhound. So I'll take the Raider here. I don't feel the need to make Lakari Fellhound and Buldrak Ritualist work. I'll just keep taking Lakari Fellhound and winning with it. This sucks to have to choose. I mean, we're choosing the Collider. I haven't played with this card in a very long time. Probably the card draw? I just can't get enough of these 5-mana 5/5s. Makes your Arbor invisible. Oh yeah, right, true. Battle Mage would sure be nice. And I am worried about our early game. But I think you take the card draw. Am I wrong? This generates value. This generates value. This generates value. That's sticky. Maybe we can take the one drop. Not a close pick for you. I mean, Whelp is a 5-mana 5/5, so I don't love it. But it's a solid card. Did they do another change to Arena outside of the Cavern Dreamer nerf? Not that I know of. I haven't been playing much this week, but... Gonna get Infinite Murloc? I don't want Infinite Murloc. Okay, research time. Hit it very hard, shoulder check, execute, shiver their timbers, Omega Assembly, shield slam, whirlwind. Those are actually fantastic. Too many 5s though. Too many 5s. All 5s. Only 5s. Here's the link to my only 5s. Like and subscribe. Only 5s. All 5s, all the time. Oh my god! What do we pick here? All 3? Conditioning? My first thought was Gear Grubber, but then my second and third thought were the other ones. Because I'm worried about, like, dying, and Gear Grubber helps us, like, not die. And what do we need conditionings if we hit, like, Fires of Zinashari, right? Grubber, you have value already? Yeah, right? That's the thing, is we do have the value already. Conditioning is very good, though. But everything is too expensive right now, and Fires of Zinashari is not gonna help with that. It's gonna make it worse. So, like, something that we can play in the early game that gets us to turn 5? That seems so valuable. Like, we have our win conditions now, and it's not just Curve. I think it's Gear Grubber. I'm gonna take another Anchor Man, but... Jesus Christ. One drop with armor. I don't know if we need a 1 or a 2 more here. Card draw? What do we need card draw for? Card draw. We got card generation here, we got card draw here, we got card draw here, we got card generation here, we got card draw here, we got card draw here, we got card generation here. I don't need card draw for. Get my good shit! We got half our deck is card draw. Cycle is better than 2-3? For the fire. If I've played fires, then this won't be in my deck anymore. If this is already in my hand, then I might not have fires. If I happen to have both, then it's like, okay, I guess. Arma likes the rover. Is it crazy to not think that we need more card draw? We could get armor synergies later, such as... And I actually take it here, because these are trash. Okay, rewarded. Could even take shield block, but it's the other, like, what do I need the card draw for, so I'll take a dredge. See, dredge is good. I want the dredge. Dredge helps me find the stuff I need. Alicano. More card draw, man. I mean, I definitely take the treasure guard here. I don't really want another 5, and Forged Flame doesn't do much for us, so... Can you stop with the 5s? Jeez. Okay. Guard the city or Viper. I don't know about this deck, man. It's too... This... All its girth is in the waist. Classic 5 APM. This is tradable, which is good. This is, like, armor synergy and taunt, which is nice. The card quality is very good, Ivanovic. Yeah. Very, very good card quality, but it's just dunking up my beautiful structure. I'll take Guard the City. I will fucking, hey, man, I'll take Dynamatic. I'll take Dynamatic, man. It's good enough that I can't pass it here. It's a board clear. Which one drop is better? Mekaru has slightly better stats. Mekaru better for execute. Mekaru arguably better for conditioning, because you can't just, like, ping it and kill it. Where do you look for? What? Look for... Mekaru better for Bloodguard. I think it's Mekaru here. To see which card is better, right up here, my friend. Right up here. But, if you're actually asking me where I go to see stats, you can go to hsreplay.net. Don't mistake stats for telling you which card is better, though. But you can go to that website and see, like, what the win rates of all the classes are, if you click the Arena tab on the right. Or you can click the Cards tab up top, and then you have to set it to Arena, pick the class you want, and then you can look up deck win rates for all the cards. You want to look at the deck win rate. Default is standard. What a tragedy. What a tragedy. You take specialists here? Like, I don't really think it's a giant deck. We don't have big shuffles or anything. We have a lot of card draw, but... I think specialist is, like, it slots in real nicely. Boots? I don't know. Maybe Boots is actually good. With Fires of Zinashari, like, you play a big card and rush it. But otherwise, we just take Pyromancer. I mean, we could use another 2-drop for sure. A new player using the stats only to draft will probably be pretty successful, but just assume that any given statistic has a 30% chance to be misleading, an additional 20% chance to be wrong. Good for Bloodguard too? Pyromancer is kind of good for Bloodguard as well, though. I don't know about the Rocket Boots. I think we just need a 2-drop. This, finally, I will pass a very good 5. I've finally had my limit. I've been taking all these very good 5s I've been offered. I'm at my limit. No more. I think Mixtures makes a lot of sense. We're probably gonna be the one trying to survive, right? Ectoplasm's fantastic for us. That's a great last pick, actually. Really helps us out. 4 solid 3s, much better than 3 solid 3s. Okay, here we go. I'm nervous about this one, but it has potential. Also has potential for the 03 police, but, you know, we'll see. It would be a little surprising, though, given the high roll potential of this deck. Alright, get rid of our 5s. Will be the mantra of every mulligan. Do we keep our specialist? We ended up with only 1 weapon, by the way, so fantastic call on us. On our part to take the Cairn. We would have had just another 5-mana 5/5 and it would have really hobbled our deck. Okay. Throw 2 5s, get 2 5s back. That's how it's gonna be. Okay, so Tamakato requested something. It actually suddenly reminded me in a Critic Tries the Food in Ratatouille fashion that Tamakato requested something yesterday that I completely forgot about. And I think it was talk about a Sam Raimi movie of your choice. So I would just say, briefly, otherwise I'll talk for 3 hours, that Spider-Man 2 is one of the greatest superhero films ever made. 5 out of 5 blobs for me. It's the pinnacle of the art form, and is also possibly the only non-deconstructive masterpiece of the superhero genre. Spider-Verse is amazing, a masterpiece, but it's deconstructive. Yeah, this is what we're afraid of with this deck, but it's okay. Arguably the same with Dark Knight. But Spider-Man 2? It's just like an it's a full-hearted, earnest representation of superhero camp, underpinned by like excellent dramatic stakes and incredible and creative scene construction. I love that movie. It's amazing. One of the most formative movies of my life. Scrapsmith dies. Specialist doesn't. And we have so many 5s that we could probably hit a 5 but make it cost 4, right? So this is actually kind of a big brain play. Yeah, we take the Anchorman. Thanks for the 50, Tomo. Appreciate that. I agree on Spider-Man 2. I wish I could forget I've ever watched Spider-Man 3. Alright, here's my take on Spider-Man 3 as a little treat. Spider-Man 3 is not a bad movie. Spider-Man 3 was one of the most disappointing theatrical experiences of my life. Both of those things are true, I think. I think both of those things are true. Spider-Man 3 shattered me as a kid, because Spider-Man 2 was my favorite. I was so excited. But Spider-Man 3 is, like... It's not, like, that different than the camp of the rest of the series. The only difference is the craftsmanship is a little bit off because of studio interference. So it's like, it doesn't all come together the way that the other movies do. And so it feels more jarring, it feels more uncomfortable. But the infamously mocked, like, Peter Parker walking down the street and, like, giving everyone the fingers, that's, like, a strong character moment. Because, of course, a dweeb being taken over by an evil symbiote and trying to be a cool, tough guy is gonna fail magnificently. Like, that's just good writing and performance. But, like, all the Goblin shit was too rushed and fumbled, and the Venom stuff didn't really play. The best villain arc dramatically was Sandman, and he got kind of lost in the shuffle, too. How are we... I think we go like this. Like this. There's a lot of memorable parts of Spider-Man 3. Yeah, if you take parts in isolation, there's some really good stuff in there. But as a whole, it's a mess. Whoa. Alright, someone's gonna get hit very hard. Okay, tell you what. I want more minions in hand. It's Paladin, so we'll trade down. I have to rewire my brain, chat, because last run was Hunter, so I was all smork. Now we're not. We don't really care very much about Smork at all. All we care about is not dying. So trading is gonna be on the table in a big way. Okay, so now for Tamakado's actual request today. A sci-fi film Blobby wants to talk about where the film takes place in a year that we have already passed. There's this movie called Spider-Man 2. Heck W. I'll probably want to talk about RoboCop. But that's just what I wake up saying in the morning. Five, 4, 4, 6. 7 mana next turn. 4 and 3. Just trying to decide what we would want to preserve for later, the Reef Walker or one of these taunts, I'm not sure. So, I was saying yesterday that I watched a film marathon on stream the other day. Really fun. And the person who programmed the marathon programmed RoboCop at the end, and then for one of the secret screenings after, programmed Starship Troopers. So it was like a trick. It was actually a back-to-back Verhoeven. Hello again. Hi. You keep coming up. We could superbly collide. Take care of that poison. Or we could just bite the bullet, man. Who needs Super Collider? That's so much spell damage. I kinda actually care more about the spell damage than I do about the healing right now. So, we'll do that. Starship Troopers is a wonderful film. I'm a huge fan. A lot of interesting things to say about Starship Troopers, but, you know, Starship Troopers obviously is in the future, so-called. Yeah, and you wouldn't think of RoboCop, right? And I wouldn't have either, Tamakato. But having just watched RoboCop and seeing it in such close proximity to Starship Troopers, I realized that RoboCop is actually also, like, in the future. It's just so recognizable that we don't really clock it that way. The world that it portrays is so recognizable. Kill? Kin? Crap? Maybe the 7-7 would have been better. Shoulder check. I could use this on this and kill that. I don't really know if I think that's necessary, actually. Let's do this. But yeah, RoboPop is set in the near future. RoboCop is set in the near future too, and I kind of realized that when there's a co-ed shower scene in the police precinct. The police officers are all like in a locker room together, and it's like men and women. And very pointedly, the police force has like women on it and like people of color, and it's diverse. And I think this is really cool for a few reasons. One, it's like representation on film. And another is that it's kind of making fun of representation on film, you know? It's saying a little bit like, hey, these are fascist organizations. It doesn't matter how many women they hire, they're going to be fascist organizations. That's good commentary. What am I doing here? We're probably shoulder checking on this, right? This will have 9 health and then 4. It's really... Okay, so... Here's what we're doing. Whatever. Not in the middle? Thank you. And, you know, there's a famous co-ed shower scene in Starship Troopers as well. And I remembered that, but I didn't remember that it was in RoboCop. It's interesting. And much like Mad Max, the original Mad Max, where it's a dystopia, but actually society is still intact. It's not an apocalypse yet, a full-on apocalypse. In the original Mad Max, there's still, like, police offices and stuff. But they're clearly, like, thugs and bought out. Like our world. And so you could see the seams of our world better with movies like this that are right on the cusp. They're in the near future as things are collapsing, and you see all these recognizable structures, but they're just a little bit farther than ours, to the point that you recognize what's already happening to ours, and I think that's very useful. This game is very much in our court. We just have to not screw it up, I guess. One of my favorite, like, sci-fi scenes is the introduction of ED-209, the robot, like, the corporation is gonna try to use to police people. It's this, like, big, like, gun machine, and in the corporate boardroom, they do a demonstration of its AI, but it goes wrong, and the scene is so funny. This is so funny. It's such good satire, about how disposable people within corporations are, and how the corporation must prevail above all else. And 15, 18, 19, yeah, let's do this. Many ways to kill. Could have rushed the Blood Guard, could have used Super Collider. Alright, good game. And it really brings home, like, I was watching RoboCop, and I was like, cops have this now. They have ED-209. It just doesn't look like a big monster machine, it looks like a dog. Like, they have these drones patrolling the street. And watching these movies many years later is so alarming, because it's like, that thing that we thought was so long distant away from us in the future, it's happening, friends. It's happening. Frank just showed me off of social media a little video of a billboard somewhere for Resident Evil, actually. The Resident Evil television program. And it was like a 3D billboard with a monster like breaking out of the screen. I was like, this is just Blade Runner. This is just Blade Runner. Or reverse sandwiches like the ones in that horrible film Lightyear. I've done some reading about Lightyear. I know the sandwiches of which you speak. I haven't seen the movie, but I've heard that it's just, like, really lazy for Pixar, and that, like, oh, the future's different. Sandwiches are in reverse is their, like, main gag about world building, and that's just so lazy. That's like a Doctor Strange 2 gag. Like, oh, do you heat your sandwiches with the bread on the inside in this world? Why don't you find out some interesting stuff about the world? What's your social structure? What are the countries? Do you have countries? Don't tell me about no sandwiches. Okay, is this gonna be Oasis ally? If it is, it's fine. If you're an Oasis ally, you have to tell me. It was like almost guaranteed that it was going to be. But we got good resources to deal with it, I guess. I think lazy for Pixar is a bit of an outdated phrase at this point. Pixar peaked like a decade ago and has been riding off of nostalgia and sequels. Hamakayo, I gotta tell you, Pixar peaked more than a decade ago. I think the end point of their reign was Toy Story 3. That's 2010. I would even be so generous as to give you Inside Out. 2015. 2015 as the very outer limit of their supremacy. That's almost 7 years ago. Yeah, no. 7 years ago. And yeah, so I'd say their peak was more like 15 or more years ago. You have a super collider? A superb collider? Our hand's looking pretty good. It's a shame that we only found one weapon, but on the other hand, it's nice to always know what you're gonna get. Acer. I'm probably gonna kill that just so they don't manage to freeze our face somehow. That would be not an ideal scenario. We can maybe get a collider off here if they... Yeah! Good. Ka-chunk. Anyway, Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City. So Mia... I don't know what that is. Is that the new show? Oh, it's a movie? Oh, it's the remake movie that they did last year. I heard about this. I heard that it was happening. But I heard, like, nothing about the results. You might be the first person I've talked to who's seen it. So I can't really do a review, but if you want to tell me what you think about the movie, I'd be curious to hear. I can give you a refund if you want. Just let me know. Do we have time to condition? Condition 3 and 1? Probably. Just go face. A mage. They could have Blizzard. Problem with Cobalt, and to hit it very hard, is that you lose a weapon charge, and weapon charges are extremely valuable. It's got the guy from Upload in it. Avocado requests a review for Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City from Mia. Most people say it's a bad movie, but I liked it very much. Not perfect like the video games Resident Evil 2 and 3 Nemesis, but it's a good movie. You can watch it. So you're like a big fan of the Resident Evil franchise, huh? I recently played through Resident Evil Village with my partner on stream. That was fun. But not my favorite, actually. I thought the game was like good, but not great. Just make a big taunt. Seems fine. Play around like AoE. They could sat me, but the 1 in 5 chance they got that right away. I don't think we're killing that either. I think we're just keeping it going face. You have a favorite Resident Evil game? If I'm being honest, Village was the first Resident Evil game I've ever played. And I don't know if I'm that hungry to play more. I wanted to play those games a lot growing up because I like zombies, but I wasn't allowed. They actually 1 out of 5'd it, those fuckers. That sucks so much because we lose our buff too. They 1 out of 5'd it. A lot of the mechanics of the game really bothered me, like looking around for like fucking stupid puzzle boxes and like seashells and I don't know, whatever random stuff you had to pick up to complete the dumb puzzles. That was a horrible turn for us. But the combat was pretty good. I mean, it was definitely suspenseful. I don't know. I can't believe they nailed it. Oh man. Should I have gone a different path? Let's get this guy going. Pretty large. I will hit that very hard. I will use a weapon charge for that. That's fine. I'm thrilled. Wait a minute. No, it's not my weapon attack, it's just my face attack, okay. I was gonna say, what a combo that would be. We actually got two hitted very hard, it's hilarious. The staple of Resident Evil, that type of item searching. It drives me bonkers because it doesn't mean anything to me. It's not fun. It's just like kind of tedious. It's just like space filler gameplay to me. I hate wandering around aimlessly. It's like my least favorite thing in video games. Unless it's like a Breath of the Wild or an Elden Ring where just wandering around is like a beautiful experience. That was folly. What are you trying to do? They got a second dream! Still not good enough. Hehe. Gonna play all of them through Code Veronica in order. I would definitely never go back and play the originals because those games are the exact kind of games that make me lose my mind because it doesn't like give you a proper map, it doesn't give you the tools you need to like find the things you need and the inventory management and the movement and blah blah blah.
Bits of Suddenly Bishop. Bits of This Is My Life Meow. That's Bishop, if y'all don't know Bishop. Thank you for the 10 Tamakato. And the 10 more. Mr. Bishop. Yeah, as I understand it, like, the origins of Resident Evil are, like, very slow, stressful, survival horror, and then by the time it gets to Resident Evil 4, it basically has become like an action blockbuster with horror shades. And then 5 and 6 are like, okay, we gotta get back to our roots. Do you ever? No, I think you just stay on curve. Yeah, Angry and I've been playing through horror games on stream. The scariest in terms of like, has probably been Dead Space. The scariest in terms of like existential stuff has probably been Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. That's a really beautiful game. Gorgeous. Eh. Yeah, we'll risk it. I wasn't allowed to play, like, rated M games when I was young, and I always wanted to play the horror games. I was never allowed, and kind of catching up in my adult life. Ah, they actually managed to make that work, huh? I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed. Plasm or guard? I watched all the Resident Evil movies. You know, I didn't watch the new remake, but I watched all the Paul W.S. Anderson ones. This can draw us closer to Fires of Zinashari, I guess? This gets us a 2-2 on the board. It could be a good one. I'll stay on curve this way. I'm not thrilled about this, but... I like them all, but the games are better. Oh, yeah, I mean, the movies are trash. Like, if we're being real, the movies are, like, the definition of trash. But I enjoyed some of them. In fact, I think the 5th one is actually pretty good. I think it's the 5th one that I like. Did I watch the Silent Hill movies? I did not. I did not. That's another thing that was around when I was a kid. I was like, oh, I wish I could. I would want to get the Super Collider if I use this, so... So... I guess we're grubbing. Do I protect? I attack. I have not seen All My Friends Hate Me. Wish they'd focus more on the serious horror side for a movie in the Resident Evil series. Yeah, they went for, like, action apocalypse, really. They leaned into that pretty hard. How did they... They Molten Breathed me. And they're still going face? Dragon. Hey, what's with the double... This has happened 3 times already. Is this a bug? We got 2 shoulder checks, we got 2 hit it very hard, and now 2 executes. Comedy horror film that focuses on paranoia. That sounds pretty interesting. I'll jot that down. Just, I'm gonna keep making the same decision I've been making, I guess. I got my banana. I'm gonna eat my banana now. Banana. I'll second that, Cypherdom. Severance is a dope show. Severance is dope. I was a fan. From the Hall of Fame. It's in the core set. Severance is the best TV show I've seen in a long while. One of the only TV shows I've seen in recent memory that has a extremely high concept premise and actually makes good with the premise, rather than like smoothing it over or... Now I will trade? My favorite movie? I don't have a favorite movie, I don't think. I could just name some of my favorite movies, though. Off the top of my head. I talked about one earlier, Spider-Man 2. Speed Racer. Once Upon a Time in the West. Parasite. Everything Everywhere All at Once. The Passion of Joan of Arc. Toy Story? Favorite Tarantino movie? I'll think about it. I'm struggling with this turn for a couple of reasons. I was hoping to draw a minion, obviously. I'm trying to get more minions for my conditioning here. I think I messed that turn up. I think that was not the right line. Banana struggles. We just are having trouble getting minions in our hand. I couldn't buff the rush because then I don't get the super collider. It's really a conundrum. Hey Calvin, Speed Racer is good. Yeah, we got a Racer head. Not to be confused with Eraserhead. Speed Racer, the 2008 question mark? Filmed by the Wachowski sisters. Way ahead of its time. Great movie. Played right into Collider, yeah. We'll do maybe double 5 next turn. Alright, what's happening in chat? I mean, Resident Evil has always been campy. It doesn't have to be serious horror, but it could at least, you know, be fun horror. Reno. Reno's actually kind of dope here. Okay, so we're gonna have options here. That takes out that, if we wanted to. And then that takes out the hat. We could just do that. We could alternately hit, execute. Be happy with that. Let's, yeah, let's do it this way. Hit. Execute. Guard. Reno. Okay, we're gonna win pretty hard from here on out. It was looking a little sweaty there for a second, but... Sure. I guess I realized that I could have charged this, but I don't... Isn't it better if you can, like, frenzy something and draw a card later, assuming the game continues? I figured get a good Morazon while you know you're gonna summon a few things at least. Okay, Stranger Than Fiction.
I don't. 5 blobs, Robopop. 5 blobs all around. Stranger Than Fiction gets 3 out of 5 blobs from me, I think. Bit weird, but here's what we're gonna do. Nothing. Nothing! We're gonna coin out Reef Walker to kill this, and then we're gonna have this as a follow-up, and then 2 2s on 4, and then we're gonna have Anchorman. That's a good answer to the card I haven't played yet. What a start! Was it just better to Pyromancer coin for no reason? That's a 2-3 against a 3-1. I think this is better still. Angerman. Yeah, 3 out of 5 for Stranger Than Fiction. If you don't know Stranger Than Fiction, it's a rare... That doesn't work, buddy. I know you thought it was gonna work, but... It's a rare Will Ferrell movie. You gotta save this for a better... Anyway. It's a rare Will Ferrell movie that's, like, arguably more dramatic than comedic. And I love movies where comedy actors try to do drama. That always excites me. I love serious Robin Williams movies. 1 Hour Photo's amazing. He's in a really creepy horror movie. World's Greatest Dad. I love, like, the Jim Carrey serious movies. Serious. Like Truman Show and... The one where he goes in the brain. In his own brain. What the hell is that movie called? Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. That's the one. Oh, we got the poison in it. Kinda mattered. So far, so fine. So yeah, I really dig Stranger Than Fiction. It's one of my favorite Will Ferrell movies, which isn't saying a whole lot. The premise is more or less that there's this guy and weird stuff starts happening in his life, and then he realizes that he's being written by an author. Whatever this woman writes comes true in his life. And he doesn't know what that means, and he doesn't know what to do about it. Shoot, we don't have a play. I guess we just stick Anchorman on the board and trade. Or just, like, Super Collider? I don't think that's the way. Very likely to catch, like, a piercing shot here. It's a shame, but I can live with it. Anyway, so it's metafiction, meaning fiction that's aware of itself as fiction, or that is, like, breaking the fourth wall in some way. That's a story about someone writing a story about someone's life that's a story that is being written by someone, and, you know it. And I was really obsessed with metafiction for a while, growing up. I think by the time I got to Stranger Than Fiction, I had already read and watched a lot of metafiction, and I enjoyed it, but it didn't blow my mind or anything. I was like, okay, I've seen these tropes before. I really ought to have done this first. Wouldn't have changed anything. This Hunter so far is not horribly scary. Now that is scary. Could execute it, maybe? Yeah, execute looks pretty good here. Not strictly necessary, but... that's pretty good. And then what do we do? 2 taunts? A treasure guard and a scrapsmith, probably. That seems legit. Protect our boys. I wish they would have taken it in a little bit of a more interesting place with Stranger Than Fiction, but they kept it relatively low-key and you know, intimate. It's like about his relationship with his own life via this woman, and it was good. Boo, Tamakato, boo. I got so mad when Facebook was like, we're meta now. Call us meta, it's the metaverse. So, like, you're gonna ruin that term forever. I wanna be talking about metafiction in 7 years, and someone's gonna be like, you mean like Facebook? Like, no, no, stop. It would be amazing if this could hit the wolf. Oh, it would be amazing. It positioned really well. We just kind of have to gamble, right? And then make some unfortunate decisions if it fails. Do the right, do the right. God damn it! Me ill-gotten gold. I guess we just do it like this. Okay. Hey Blobby, I liked your commentary on trauma and dreams on yesterday's VOD. Thanks, Gary Glaive, I appreciate it. Thanks for watching. Anything in particular you've been thinking about, or that spoke to you? That made you want to speak up? Yeah, I've been thinking about trauma a lot recently, because of a project I'm working on. And how it relates to your personal history. And whenever I think about these things, I'm also thinking about dreams a lot of the time. How do we want to do this? And then we go like this. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh god. I'm not gonna be able to choose. Whatever, they're all fine, they're all fine, they're all fine. I think we got the... Yeah, we got the Whelp. Whelp is good. I probably would have picked Spellkin, but maybe even Whelp is better. Sure, Gary, sure. Hey, we got there. Nice. Oh, it took a little effort to squeeze them out. They got a couple of mountain bears right at the very end. In the book, it's based off of the main character commits suicide. They took a much lighter note in the movie. And that's a really interesting thing about different art mediums and what it means to adapt something or translate something across medium. Because whenever you're adapting a work of art from movie to TV, from book to film, from painting to diorama, whatever it is, you're essentially creating something new. There's no way to be entirely true to the original when you're adapting something. Maybe we keep this because of this, actually. I think it's got good upside, even if we have to wait a while to use it. We don't have to wait. Well, let me interrupt myself real quick. First pick Warrior, Infinite Murloc, Lushwater Mercenary, or Defias Cannoneer.
Um, I think Infinite Murloc is a fine pick. It's a fine pick for Warrior. I would maybe pick the Cannoneer and hope you get weapons, but that's a risky pick, so the safest might be the Murloc. Infinite. The Shining better as a movie? Oh, yeah, no, it's true. I think the movie The Shining is actually better than the book. Or, yeah, I mean, that's a whole other thing. But Kubrick is a better artist than King, so... Anyway. Yeah, and I've always been fascinated with translation and adaptation for these reasons. And you have to, when you're adapting, make something that plays to the strengths of the medium that you're adapting it to. And that means ruining the original in a lot of ways. So it makes sense what you say about Stranger Than Fiction, because a character being haunted by a writer who is writing their life before it happens, that character taking their own life, that's a very literary trope, I guess. That you know, long storied history of novels that end with characters offing themselves. It's like a very final gesture, and movies are different though. Not that characters never take their own life in a film, but movies tend to be more visual, visceral, etc., and can explore different pleasures and ideas, and also tend to not take as many heavy punches as books do sometimes because of, like, studio executives wanting to play it safe and all that. When you're writing a book, you do whatever the hell you want. It's just you. For the most part. Maybe you have an editor, but... I think I will just raid her here. Two mana 3/2? 2 mana 3/2 is fine, but it's only one more stat for one more mana, you know? There might be a way out of this. We'll see what happens here. You could do Pyromancer conditioning coin. Right? The Rock Hercules movie. Hercules is a man with a legend that his companions have fostered to make him seem godly. Hey, when the legend becomes fact, print the legend. Quote another film. Alright, what is our... I might do the double AoE thing, man. What else could we do? We could just Super Collide and kill the poison that way. Yeah, absolutely, Proxa. Thanks for asking. I'll burn your fire. Collider seems to be the way. They're gonna get some discovers, which is alarming, but... The problem with Pyromancer and double AoE is mostly that the Pyromancer doesn't survive. If the Pyromancer survived, I probably would have done that line. Yeah, my older brother was obsessed with Will Ferrell. I guess when my older brother was getting into like juvenile comedies, that's right when Will Ferrell was getting really popular, so they kind of aligned in that way. I liked Elf a lot as a kid. Oh man, you know what? You know what? You know what? I like this line. Pop. So, it doesn't clear everything, but, they don't discover anymore, which is good. Have I seen Semi-Pro? I have not. My favorite Will Ferrell movie is the Lego Movie. He's in basketball in this one. That was a whole era of comedy, of like American studio comedies, was take whatever marketable comedy star there is at the time, put them in a sport, possibly an obscure one, possibly not. Just put them in a sport, give them a garish costume, give them a funny voice, and proceed with the most, like, lowest common denominator sports puns that you could possibly imagine. Not saying that this movie's like that, but that's like so many movies. Like hockey or ping pong or dodgeball or whatever it is, just plug and play. Melhouse, appreciate the follow. Welcome to the Fun Dungeon. Just put big taunts out. That's probably the line. Maybe make a value trade here. Yeah, I like it. We don't need to do anything with our weapon. We'll hold this charge for... I'll hold this charge for 10 turns if I have to. Based off a true story. There's gotta be some other Will Ferrell thing that I mean, actually... I amend what I said earlier about the Lego Movie. I might like Anchorman a little better. I would have to watch them both and see. Cringer Ginger, appreciate the follow. Welcome to the Fun Dungeon. I actually do think Anchorman's fantastic. All downhill since then for old Will. I think he's doing some interesting producing work now, Will Ferrell. We probably want the Blood Guard. Just to make the trade a little bit worse into the 4-1, maybe? He did a movie with dinosaurs. Dinosaurs? Really? Okay, let's see here, Will. Anchorman, awesome. Step Brothers, good movie. I am a big John C. Reilly fan, much bigger than Will Ferrell. Elf is good. That's a great kids movie. The Other Guys, that one was alright. He did a Eurovision movie? What? I didn't even hear about that. Jeez. Daddy's Home. Talladega Nights. I couldn't stand Talladega Nights. That's one of the few movies I've ever turned off partway through. Sorry if y'all are a Talladega Nights fan. Nothing against it, it's just, it really rubbed me wrong. Sneeds? Sneeds? Funny thing is, we're still kind of fine. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to give up our
Super glider charge. John C. Reilly has range. Oh, he absolutely does. He plays Dr. Steve Brule. And he's worked with a lot of the greatest directors alive. He's awesome. He does drama, comedy, whatever. He was in We Need to Talk About Kevin, one of the most depressing movies I've ever seen in my life. He's in The Lobster as a chronic masturbator. He's a great actor. I thought he was just a goofy comedy guy at first, but he's been in, like, crazy good movies for decades now. He's low-key underrated. You could just trade. Keep the hit it very hard. I don't think I like that. I think I need the tempo of this. We need to put pressure on. Because otherwise we're just gonna run out of stuff, to be honest. This gives them a card too. Strong musical background, Magnolia. Magnolia is a fantastic movie. Now see, look at this filmography. Gangs of New York, Magnolia, The Lobster, We Need to Talk About Kevin, and on and on. It just dwarfs Will Ferrell's filmography. It's like embarrassing to compare them. Okay, man. I will actually check that video out later, John, because I'm curious about this Eurovision movie. I just learned from chat, actually, what Eurovision is. Because I'm on British Twitter, I hear people talk about Eurovision constantly, but I never was able to, like, find out what it was. But I know now, sort of. Okay, this is fine. 7-8. We can Stonewall Anchorman in honor of Will Ferrell. And that's a big one. Probably hold off on you for a while. I don't really want to give them any tools. Let's see. I guess we could dredge first? We could dredge, try to find fires, draw fires, play it. It's worth a shot, I think. Failure. Abject failure. So we could play Diver this turn. I'd rather just get another Anchorman, I think. As long as it's not Anchorman 2. Get Hard. That one looked odious. Land of the Lost? Is that the one with dinosaurs y'all were talking about? I forgot about that one. Old school. My older brother made me watch that once. Ugh. Right, Megamind. He's in Barbie? Kicking and screaming, everything must go, yeah. Those are fine. I wonder if he's gonna have... I wonder if he's ever gonna do, like, a proper, serious action movie. That's another thing these actors do sometimes as they get older, is like, I wanna do, like, a serious action movie now. Like, he did The Other Guys, but that wasn't really... Alright, what are we doing here? 7-8. Do we have lethal? Certainly not. Let's Anchorman and draw. And perhaps find lethal? Nope. Rum pa bum pa bum bum bum. Why not try to find lethal from Tauren? Truth is, if you're talking about this, I have no idea what it gives you. So maybe, like, maybe there's 8 possibilities and 7 of them give me lethal, but I just didn't have that information. and I don't want to give them tools is the thing, because this gives them a card too. I guess I don't really have anything in my deck that would have been lethal, huh? So... 4 mana, deal 4 to anything, draw a card. Every time I've used that card, it's done nothing useful. That's been my experience, yeah. Well, let's see. This is possibly the most extra animation in all of Hearthstone. Can y'all think of a more extra animation than this? What is a Horde Warrior? Oh, these are the Taurens and stuff. These are like the... Yeah. So most of these are bad. Power of the Hordes. The only other time I used it, I rolled into Karin. I think Karin is the only really good one. Deathwing one. 5-0 with this warrior. Woo! Oh, Grom. Yeah, that's the other one. Grom. And you know what, chat? We haven't even been winning with Fires of Xenoshari. We won 1 game with that. That's a good sign. Because we're probably gonna need Fires to win as we climb in win rate, but... Okay, you do not keep Super Collider, you want to draw it later. Specialists... There was another game where we kept Specialist in the mulligan. I think it was with Mixtress. Actually. And I kind of regretted it. But I might again keep it here. It's just an important piece. Will Ferrell would be a good orc. Yep, only 5s. Only 5s. I might consider this to be, like, the worst draw in the deck for this particular turn. Maybe Shield Shatter's worse. The Warcraft movie was painful to watch. I never watched it. I like the director. I was disappointed to hear that people were down on the movie. Duncan Jones. That guy's David Bowie's kid. Bro! I don't even regret keeping this, because, like, even if we had traded it for a lower cost card, then we missed turn 4, because we don't have this. The fact that I could remain competitive with all these 5s is a testament to the card quality. Okay, we want... Next turn we're playing one of these 4. We maybe want a cheap Spellkin. An orc throws a horse? That happens in a Hercules movie too, right? Like a Schwarzenegger one? We could take Bloodguard. I think that we're gonna struggle to get a bunch of minions on the board. Let's go with Spellkin. 4 mana, 3/5 that gives us 2 1-cost spells that could help us swing the game.
Don't know how anyone who didn't know the lore could understand what was going on. It was meant for OG fans. Yeah, I mean, it's your job when you're making a movie to make something appealing to fans, but mostly just to, like, write a good story that anyone can connect to. Because writing a good story doesn't have anything to do with, like, lore. It's about structural, dramatic beats. And, like, clarity of information and stakes. And you can make a movie like that with the most technical material. You know, you always gotta have that true emotional connection through line. Like, Queen's Gambit, you know? We were talking about Queen's Gambit a couple weeks ago. Queen's Gambit's a great example of something that wasn't offensive to people in the chess community, but that everyone pretty much enjoyed. Like, the chess was good enough to not put people off. They, like, did their research. But it also wasn't, like, so much technical chess that people were like, what is that? What does that mean? Yeah, let's get Spellkin, I think. And then Bloodsail. Yar! Alright, pretty good spells. Cobalt has been great for us. And we have a pirate here. Do we actually save our pirate for Shiver? I think the answer is yes. Even though Pyromancer's worse on the board. We have more pirates. We have this. Oh, Mr. Simon in here too? Y'all bored downstairs? You gonna climb in my closet? Yeah, we have more pirates. This is... well... kind of back and forth on that one. You put good curtains in front of the lore dump, it vastly improves it. You know, people think that what's good about Star Wars is the lore. But it's absolutely not. The only reason people are so fixated on the lore is because the production design of the original Star Wars was so good that people looked at, like, the 5th of 7 robots in the background of one shot, and they're like, I want to know his story. That's just good production design. And then the lore came to fill in the blanks later, just because people were already obsessed with it because of, you know, craftsmanship. This doesn't actually draw anything now that I see that in. Yeah, he climbed and nestled in my closet on all my clothes. That's a good kitty. We could hit the Collider and play Raider now, hope it survives, and Shiver their Timbers next turn. That's a definite option. We could Berserker anyway, and, Reefwalker? That's not great. We could Bloodsail and Shiver that. Wait a minute. That's one away from being good. I like the Collider. Good enough. They are both with Bomber. They are both with Bomber. Bomber? Whap! Ass. We got our pirate back though. That's perfect timing. 3, 4, 5, 6, and then armor up, I guess. Bomber will kill 2. The other is mech. I guess you're right about that. That would have been a pretty good line. Would have been a really good line, because maybe they would have played their Viper.
Rip Blobby. Yeah, okay, so like, yeah, let's look at the Dino Reef play. If we want to hold our shivers for now. 5, 6, 7. Right, and again, this is the mech, so it won't, so it's 5 and 6, and then we just clean up with the... Alright, I like it. I like it. It's good. We got there. Ow. Tasty Cakes for you is almost out of cards. That's a big one. That's probably gonna be an execute target. We don't have to execute it because we have Shiver. No, you shiver! Etc. 2, 3, and then like 5, or like 4 and 2. I guess I would rather save the execute. Probably gonna want... Well, does that change things? No, it doesn't change things at all. Does it change things, though? It might change things. It means maybe we want to use the execute because we will have Shiver. No, this is fine. And we get to clear, which is lovely against Paladin. Ugh. Blade Runner 2049 is a good example. I think of a movie that tells a good story with just scenes. But there's plenty of lore you could read into there. I have mixed feelings about Blade Runner 2049, although I generally like it a lot. But that director, Villeneuve, is particularly adept at visual storytelling. He can create a really great... he can create really rich images, I'll put it that way. That's like his best skill. And he's clearly showing off in Blade Runner. You know, that's pretty rude. I get so mad when people play this card against me. You can't do anything with that. The Divine Shield's pretty annoying, though. 5, 8, 11, 13. Let's take care of Corporal. I'm considering hitting it very hard. It's an acceptable line. Alright, so let's do this, this, and then this. Face with the rest. We still have a decent body here that also draws a card. You know, this is the phase of the game where we're very grateful that we have a million 5s. Because we could just keep playing 5s and 5s. And 5s.
Maybe that's a good archetype, actually. Really good first few turns, and then have just a bunch of 5-drops. This 6/6 we probably just gonna ignore. See what we draw. Karen. Might want to speak to your manager. A good 5-drop, vastly superior to a good 6-drop because you can play 2 in 1 turn. I think there's a lot of truth to that. Actually, I haven't given it's John a shout out yet. John is a very skilled fella. Check him out at his channel, he plays Arena. He plays Arena and talks about lore. He is the lore. He cares for the trees. Sweetheart is not one I get a lot, I have to say. That's not one I get a lot. Are we gonna lose this? Tell me, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Whoa, whoa. Say it ain't so. Whoa, whoa. Came out of blessed goods. So, let's kill this. Or this. We could just execute that. Fuck me, I don't know, man. Because what if they find a big taunt? Are we holding execute? Thing is, we need 5 to go face. I'm a sweetie pie, wow. That's a little bit grosser. But I appreciate it. I think I double trade, actually. I think double trading is the way, because even though we're not pushing 3 damage, this can't even get through our taunt, and we only need this to kill unless they find healing. We're double trading. Oh, man. No heals. No heals. A taunt is fine. No heals, please. That is a million times less fine than I was hoping. Oh, man. Because it's a taunt that also gets through my execute activator. Of course, I can still activate execute, but I have to lose half of my Karen. And then they can kill my Karen, actually. I mean, I don't know if this is good or bad. I know that it's unfortunately not really good this turn, but yeah, see, now they kill this, and because I didn't go face that other turn, I can't get there in 1 turn. But our draws should be good. We have 9 cards in our deck. We'll see. Divine Shield. Pretty annoying. Pretty annoying. This would be a pretty incredible comeback, I have to admit. Face. Face? Colossal minions. Yeah, we haven't seen one in so long. It's the first Colossal I've seen. Bro! Oh! Okay. Of all the 5+ cost minions, I get a 4 for it. We know what that is. That's a big one. We're gonna lose. Oh my god, we're gonna lose! Okay, we basically have 2 turns left. Maybe more if our next draw is good. Maybe. Maybe this is good, though. Brawl? Brawl? Or shield shatter? Now, but this is interesting, though. Because if we take shield shatter... No, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. There's 2 bad hits out of 7 for Brawl. 2 out of 7. 2 out of 7. Give me some... Give me some good luck, man. 2 out of 7 bad hits. 5 out of 7 acceptable ones. We hit one of the 2. Fuck me, man. Come on! Killing me, RNGesus? You take me to 5-0 and then you just blast me with bad luck? Come on. Give me a title Revenant. Yes! Yes! Okay, they were just making it suspenseful. Just making it suspenseful. Oh, man. Oh, man. Endgame Fires of Zinashari into a 4-4, into a 3-4, into a 2 out of 7 low roll, into a charge victory. What a roller coaster. What a roller coaster. Roller coaster. I'm like exhausted after that match. This is a rare thing to say. But we have 5 different plays on turn 1. And I think any of them could be correct. We have only Mekaru, we have only Diver, we have Mekaru and Diver, we have neither. And we have Coin the Guard. I think my line might actually work out here. We get the Gear Grubber on 3. All 2/2s. And then we could coin a 5. Probably Bloodguard. A lot of minions to have on the board. But hopefully she's depleting her resources. I know with Mage she can always find more. If she has a good deck, which we're at 6-0, so she will. One of her hands, arcane. One of her hand is a rush. 3 mystery cards. I'm kind of looking at the pyro. It's clean, right? It's just real clean. I hate that the pyro dies, but... Oops. I sure meant to put that in the middle. But the cool thing about this is it sets up beautifully for the Bloodguard. The uncool thing is that we're kind of all in here. We'll get more stuff from the Spellkin, to be sure. But I like getting all this annoying stuff on the board in prep for the Bloodguard. Sure. And is that all you got? You have a 2-2. Okay, I don't mind killing that with a 4-1. And we are firmly on the board. For the moment. The missile... Yeah, the missile's not gonna be good for her. Or did she... Yeah, she hasn't used it. Bloodguard anti-missile attack. Twilight Drake? Pretty trash, if you ask me. That's quite a load of trash. Is it better to dredge? Now? Probably. Better stats than the Spellkin anyway, right? Funny how good Bloodguard is in Mage and also how good Mage against Mage it is. True. Yeah, it's nice anti-AoE tech, and Mage doesn't have anything that AoEs for that much damage. Would I rip the hit it? No, cause I want the board buff, I'm pretty sure. I want this trade. It's a juicy Bloodguard trade, right? So I would save the rip it. Sorry, the hit it. I think I will do this. But is it better to get the spells in our hand though? Honestly, look, I'm on the rope here, so that might be wrong, but Cairn, right? Better than Super Collider? Is that folly? Is that madness? Are we getting flame struck? I think, you know, we're on the board, we're pushing damage. You take a big sticky minion and it's gonna be hard for them to know what to do. Yeah, we just ripped the Cairn here. Rip the Cairn, rip our opponent. Super Collider does nothing. It does nothing here. Not that we needed it to, because we had this play, but... the 4-6. Can you clear the 2-3? You cannot. I would rip a hit it here. I would rip it hard. Oh, they knew. I could have whiffed it, man. You don't know. 7-0? Cool. No spells. What are you doing, mister? Just hanging out? Yeah, pretty much, Proxa. Oh boy, this question again. I think without an early game piece, I think you throw it. If I had a 1 or a 2 drop, then I might keep it, but I want to look for like the 3. And hard mulliganing for fires. You know, we've seen so little of this card that I don't really think to hard mulligan for it. But yeah, you could find it for the early game. We'll rip it here, but we've got a kind of a problem. I almost wonder if you were supposed to condition to get this out of range of that, but that doesn't seem that good. Yeah, uh-oh. Oh, oh. I feel so sad. Funny thing is, this shaman still might beat us. Two options I see. Slightly better than Dream Petal Florist. One is you could execute the taunt right now and condition. The other is you could just sit, let this kill the taunt next turn and something else. Let's just sit in armor. I think armor is smart here. We just have to not die like right now. That's pretty much it. It still feels dangerous though. Somebody call an ambulance! Not for me. Ah ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. That's funny. Ooh. So, decent turn. So if we play Neptulon, this dies, this dies, this dies. There's a 2-1 and a 1-1 left.
Pretty good. I actually was thinking about it, okay? They're gonna think I was being a dick, but I actually was putting some thought into it. Goodbye. So they can kill one of my arms, which actually hobbles my guy. Sort of. But it's not a huge problem. Yeah, lots of in and outs to consider, you know. Okay, are they gonna kill both of my arms like a chump? Yeah. You're not supposed to kill both the arms, man. It probably maybe is supposed to be the evasive worm. Right? Like, let's be honest with ourselves and take the evasive worm. What do we need the raid boss in Ixia for? The problem with Fires of Zin Ashari is everything costs the same, so turns 6, 7, 8, and 9 are a little bit rough, right? So let's take something that's active and that can actually remove a threat. I don't know if it's necessarily bad to kill both arms there. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to see what the path out would be. Yeah, turn 10 is not guaranteed either way this game. Right, like if we're gonna lose, it might be before turn 10. Evasive worm, baby! Rewarded. And then I guess we just go face. Lethal next turn, most probably. Really? Is that so? Concede lethal, maybe. Damn, I didn't have any Treants die. I think, it's just really anything at this point. I'll just kill the 7/7. Hey, we got to 100 viewers today! Nice! Give yourselves a hand. And then explain to your roommates why you're clapping for yourself. We're gonna be one off. Please clap. See, we got one of these after all. I was number 100. Well, I made you all clap for yourselves so that number went down to 87. I guess everyone's bashful. Bad card from Fires. Hey, Revit. Give yourself a hand and get out of here. You know where the door is. Somewhere. Yeah, you actually don't know where the door is. The door is right there. So move your ass.
With 1 and 3, I will keep the 4. I like this hand. Accept. Yeah. Mr. Menace, how you doing? Wow, what a counter. We've encountered a counter. Why, that's good. Yeah. This is like an ideal Fires hand, because we have 1. We play Fires on 2. We're gonna draw busted cards from here on out. We go right into Scrapsmith, into Specialist, and then Spellkin helps us diversify our hand for like turns 6 and 7, right? That's a good deal. This is a really nice counter to the Kaboom bot, which I was initially a little bit alarmed when it came down, but we don't really care what it does. I draw like a god. Sometimes, man, sometimes. I had about a week where I felt like I was constantly drawing 1-drops in the late game. It made me mad. But really it made me sad, because behind all anger is sadness, chat. Just the 4 here. Well, but think about it, Blobby. Where do we actually want the bob to go? Probably we want to face, trade. Do we want this to get hit? I don't think so. I think we want it at full capacity. That's perfect. These are actually pretty bad. I am a fan of the Rotsbriggy here, though. Again, helping us diversify our hand. That's gonna cost 4. The card we get, who knows? He's needed to stay at the bottom of the deck? Yeah, not mad about it. Drawing like a god. Alright, Isoleucine. 3 different random enemies. Hey man, that works. Ooh! Camila, what's good? Nice to see you. It's been a minute. What have you been... what have you been up to? What have you been thinking about? What's on your mind? I've been up, I've been down. I've been smile, I've been frown. You know. You know, I think here it's Spellkin. I like this. I think I will keep it around. Very useful. Life is a mess and I can't handle everything. That's true, you can't handle everything, Camila. Don't beat yourself up about it. It's okay. It's okay to not be able to handle everything. In fact, it's the most human thing that you can do. Fail. Okay, hit, heal. It's pretty good. Yeah, man, embrace your failures, all the shaggy parts of yourself. People who really care about you will embrace them as well. Or else let you know how you need to do better sometimes. But you'll never find out if you're not willing to fuck up.
And that's a kind of a beautiful thing, as well as an ugly one. I may have a mental image for this painting. Belinda. Oh, what? I guess I'll just toss a Belinda out. Why do we have so many legendaries? Excellent question. I had the great fortune of playing Fires of Zin Ashari on turn 2. It's the best card in Warrior, arguably. Which is crazy in a class where Outriders, Axe, and Super Collider exist. Pay to win. Man, I've been losing so much for so long. You gotta let me have a nice little win streak today. My nice little win streak. So far today, I am 18-2. I started that last deck with 2 wins already. We could play the Graham, and rush it. That seems pretty good. Fate Cleaver. Like Fart Cleaver. I have 6. Problem is... That'll be at 4 health, you could Fake Cleave it and kill one of the poisons. So I guess we'll trade the 1/1 down. You could Myra and Varanus and trades. That's pretty good too. Maybe is even better. Sure. Can't argue with these results. What can I say, Gary? I have a gift. We're just a little bit off of lethal. I wonder what that would do. So now I think we want to shoulder check the Graham. And then just take it face. We could do it to the Cairn, it might be actually better. Or just play this and this. Trade, go face. There's a million things we could do here. Maybe I shouldn't use the rush, but... No, it's fine. It works. We'll be okay. Great. Sorry. Gray. You were talking, and I'm pretty sure Gary Glaive was here talking recently, and I just glanced at the first few letters of your name. Gray. I know Gary was in here earlier. Two X rope. Shut up. Alright, let's get this painting going. Gary's your dad's name. You could call me Gray. Gary's my dad's name. Okay, well, we know what we're doing here. Our opponent's finna find out. Alright, what art tool do we want to use? Crayon is underrated, but not for this one. I don't love the colored pencil. Watercolor? I wonder if we can make that work. Sorry, this is oil brush, actually. Oil brush. Alright. Hypothetically speaking, we could coin out Bloodsail Raider here. Bloodsail into fires, into 3, into question mark, question mark, question mark. I don't think I like it. I don't think I like it. The main downside is you probably miss turn 4 if you do that. I'm your clone? What, you look like me? Well, congratulations. Should we do fires on turn 4, maybe? I kinda like the painting so far, even though I'm gonna erase it all, because I'm just testing out brushes. That's good to have, I think. And it makes me wonder... Ooh, really makes me wonder... And as we wind on down the road, our shadows taller than our souls, there walks a lady we all know, who shines bright light on what's to show. Okay, alright. Looking good. Yeah, we definitely got a similar hair and lip thing going on. I think your hair's a lot wavier than mine, though. Mine gets wavy if it was, like, wet and I put it in, a bun. I think we are coining 5s. God help me, I'm delaying the fires. I wonder if I should have coined on turn 1. I remember the Gritting Goat guys thought the fires was like a 2-star card. What they do is very good what they do. I respect them a lot. Sometimes they have very strange reads on the data. But that's gonna be true of anyone who digs in so deeply. 3 for 5, 8. We could do Anchorman, we could do Super Collider hit in the middle. I think Anchorman makes a lot of sense. I'm struggling to make decisions this game. It's a tough one. We are at 9-0. Hey, if you keep getting Warlocks, keep juicing them, Grayry. By the way, chat, if you're new here, we got a lot of people eyeballing me today. I'm Blobby, and it's nice to see you. Nice to see you. Toss me a follow if you haven't. You can check in the bottom right. I would so appreciate it. Help me build my arena empire. Please.
Everyone has demons.
You know what? Actually, Super Collider works here. We'll just go ahead and take it. It's pretty nice. I forget what that card even does. I should have checked. Demons? Okay. And then this is not a great hit for them. I'm Blue Paint! Appreciate that follow very much. Welcome to the fun dungeon. You have found yourselves in a dungeon, by the way. It's a nice place to be. And a nasty one. I would do Fires and Gear Grubber next turn if it feels right. Aaron is really good, though, to get on the board on curve. I've had this in my hand the whole game, and I keep delaying it. Karen's good. Dino's fine. Seven mana next turn. Let's get it going. I think it's time. And it makes sense now. We have a moment to breathe. Point Fires was probably the turn in hindsight. Probably would have coined the minion and then Fires if I would have done it. Have another chance to draw something playable. You ever end up doing that request of you jamming out that I made a fair while back? I did not, Dark Paladin. I sent you a message about it on Twitch, though, because I remembered that I missed it. I would say I will do it now for you, but I just got another paint request, so unfortunately I'm locked up. But next time you come into the stream, hit me with that request. Remind me of it, I should say. You remind me of a request I once made. It's weird. I will Karen here. Light Ray. I don't know about all that. The problem with Karen that I realized about 0.3 seconds after playing it is that it screws up our Dynamatic for the future. We could have used a charge in Dynamatic this turn, but that's a big expenditure for a small result, so I don't really like that line. I don't know. Mixed feelings about the Karen, but gotta get it down. That's pretty. I like the stroke. Yeah, I mean, shoot. I think we just Mulch Muncher that, right? To play it safe in terms of, Oh, do we though? What if we did something different? What if we hit it very hard? Mulch Muncher this, hit it very hard, hit that, they have 2 damage left, we have 9 health.
And then we'll actually armor to bolster our health a little bit here, rather than play the dredge. You don't think taking 8 is good here? Why, do you think we're too low? I don't really think we're too low. I'm just trying to be... both greedy and aggressive at the same time. Like, having an 8-7 on the board is really nice. Okay, Savage Brute, I'll take it into consideration. I have a few forms that you need to fill out. I think Arena is actually in a good place right now, I do. Especially now that they fixed the damn Cavern Dream, right? I was reflecting on this the other day, and even though Arena is a little more boring or straightforward than it was a few weeks ago, I think it's actually in a great place. You can really, like... I don't know. A little bit of stability in the meta lets you experiment more with archetypes, I think? In a cool way. Hello. Whoa, gifted sub! Thanks for the gifted sub from Mr. Menace to Camila. Really happy to see Camila catching a sub there. Thanks, Mr. Menace. I appreciate that a lot. The Ghost Rider, starring Nicolas Cage. I haven't seen The Ghost Rider Celsi Sea Dog, unfortunately, so I can refund you or you can ask for a different. Class imbalance seems kind of bad. Yeah, but I think you could pretty much play any class. The only class that's OP right now is Warlock, and it would be nice if it were more balanced, but the balance even feels a little better than it did like a week ago. I do think you can, like I said, play every class. Pretty much. I won't play Priest or Druid, but... Alright, what are we doing here? Curse. Oh, armor. It should have been Omega Agent, but on the other hand, we really need a taunt, so... Yeah, maybe it is actually better that it's not Omega Agent. Watch Polanski films? Only asking because most of my friends don't out of protest. I do. I haven't seen a lot of his films, though. I'm a fan of Rosemary's Baby. He is, of course, also an odious, reprehensible man who should be chastised whenever his name comes up in conversation. He made good movies. Ask the highest cost spell from your hand. Well, this is unplayable. Unless I want a 4-1. Ouch. This is an oof of a turn. Hoping to commit more. What's up, CJ? What did he do? I don't know all the details, but suffice it to say... raped underage people? That'll be enough to drag your name through the mud. He also, like, there was one year that he, like, didn't show up to the Oscars because he was fleeing authorities. If you were wondering about the ethical capacity of the Oscars as an institution, he was literally fleeing the authorities, and he was invited. Okay. We could shield chatter here. Or we could try something different, try to Nosdormu.
You know what? I think I'll hold off on the Shatter. Because we have a pretty good play.
Rotten to the core.
A pretty good play like this. And we get to play this. Seems good. Agree he's reprehensible, but fleeing authorities in itself is not necessarily an unethical action? That's a really stupid thing to say, because no one here made that argument, so I don't know who you're talking to, or what you're talking about.
Strike, then strike harder.
I'm of course very pro fleeing the authorities for many, many reasons. The authorities are shite and flee them as best you can. Unless you've raped kids, in which case, fuck off and I hope you, you know, rot. Okay, Mulch Muncher the 5/5. Taunt up, I think. And I wish we could armor as well, but hopefully that's... Hopefully it's not a problem. Like, they could have Alex Straza, right? That's just the one thing. But what are we gonna do about it at this juncture? You can't armor... You can't armor and... we could... I'll tell you what we could have done. It's too late now. We could have traded... Laid Fellwalker and armored. But... If they have Alex Straza, that's egg on my face. Yeah, change it to a different film. I haven't seen that one anyway, Salty Sea Dog, so I welcome you to change it. If you run from the police, you must be guilty, Kappa. Yeah, I could amend that. I could amend that sentence a little bit. If you, the police, you must be guilty. Then I can agree with that. Alright. Bye! Goodbye! Goodbye! That was a tough Warlock. They came out really aggressive. In the Name of the Father is a movie that I have not seen either. Apologies. Alright, we gotta make some progress on our...
My sorcery will prevail.
The blobby curse of the warrior has been lifted. Y'all, it feels good, because I have not had a good warrior run in probably 15 years. Probably.
Happy Midsummer Fire Festival.
Hello. Or should I say, ciao? We've had this choice before, so let's think it through. Wild Pyromancer gets better if we find some cheap spells. This gets better if we get Super Collider, I guess, which is not really relevant, or if we happen to find the pirate adjacent one spell. I think we play the 2-3 here, especially because we can protect it with this, so we don't necessarily need it to trade well with whatever they play. If they play like a 3-4 or something, I welcome them to. As predicted, they played a 3-4, and as predicted, we got a nice little counter to it here. Mancrick is good though. Mancrick is good. I had a Mancrick in a deck the other day. It was pretty fun. It's not a great card anymore, but I'm like nostalgia happy to see it whenever I do. I don't see an ideal line here. I guess you could just like Reef Walker and then... This was your last opponent? That's funny. You could Reef Walker. Next turn you could get an AoE, or you could just like buff the thing, or you could just play this. Yeah, let's pop out the Reef Walker and I guess pray for no fire sale. And I mean capital P pray. Selfier, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Fun Dungeon. And Refra61! Got a nice little follow train going. Thanks, everybody. They fireballed me. Appreciate all the support today. Means very much. Fires? Okay, here's what we're gonna do, I think. You like to play fires? I do, actually. And another one? Valentine. Welcome, everybody. Nice to see ya. Nice to see ya. In the name of the Father. Yeah, no, I said Salty Sea Dog. I haven't seen that one either. I swear to you in the name of my... Well, you know how it goes. Lyra, huh? Alright, Karen time. We could even get a priest spell, maybe? We'll see. Name Mangle. Alright, chat, I want to introduce you to my new friend here, Refried69. Refried69, welcome to the Fun Dungeon. You're gonna be right at home here. Soul Plane, I haven't seen either. Salty Sea Dog, it seems like we have very different, Oh no! We have very different, movie watching habits. But please feel free to keep, putting suggestions out there. Next 3 spells you draw are cast when drawn. We're kind of striking out here. Let's get a priest spell, I think. This is looking a bit alarming. Call of the Grave is a good spell. We'll hold back. No. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen either. We are whiffing the fires this game. Can hardly be mad about it, though. I guess we should discover something. 6, 9, 12, 14, 16. We're in trouble, man! We're in trouble! Mary Poppins. I have seen Mary Poppins. I'll do my best to review that one for you, although, my god, I didn't even remember the last time I watched it. Ozumat! Ah, damn it! I need one more mana. Oh. How does this card work anyway? It's gone. I can't read it. I can't read it. Summon a minion from your deck. Let's do that. The RNG of all the cards, 5 mana or more. I summon a 3/2. Wow. I gotta draw, man. I gotta draw. Jeez. This bad, this bad, this bad, this bad, the other one bad. We're like 0 for 6 on the fires. Mary Poppins, take this review with a grain of salt, because I was a little kid when I watched it. It's probably like a... I don't know, 3.5 out of 5 blobs? Maybe 4? I think it's good.
The Queen's power is beyond your comprehension.
Yeah, we're super dead here. No! I feel like Warrior might have been one of the few classes left that I hadn't had a 12-0 with. Let me take a quick pee and I'll talk about some Mary Poppins. Mary P? I got 2 cats in my room, one back there and one still in the closet. Okay. Yeah, Mary Poppins, I mean, it's the old school musical, right? Like, fantastic performances, tight choreography. We've really lost the art of the musical in Hollywood. Recently watched a movie called RRR, fantastic movie. It's on Netflix. I highly recommend it to everybody. Please watch this movie. It's an over-the-top blockbuster action movie, but it's also got musical elements, and, you know, blockbusters, we kind of forget, used to be musicals. You know, the special effects action movies that we think of as blockbusters used to be musicals. Musicals used to be, like, the pop culture bonanza, the big hit, the spectacle that people would go to see. And, yeah, and Mary Poppins is smack dab in the middle of the peak Disney dynasty.
I watched Mary Poppins so many times because it was one of the films my grandparents had. Yeah, right? Those VHSs that our family members happened to possess really form us in our youth. My grandma had like a whole collection of Shirley Temple VHSs that I used to watch. Okay, same question as usual. And also hello. I would like to try to get AoE in the future. So yeah. Well, I'm talking about Mary Poppins, but you saw it, Iso? Yeah, the first half. Yeah, it's a pretty long one, but well worth it. Mary Poppins is pretty good. It's gotta be a relief for someone to come in and help out a little around the house for once. My god, the kids don't do anything around here. It's very much steeped in... It's almost like a magical realism take on traditional heterosexual domestic norms of that era. Where Mary Poppins comes in and like uses her charisma to convince people to do stuff that they don't want to do to like keep the house together. Free hit it very hard. Or a Cairn on curve. Turn 5. I would love to have a hit it very hard in pocket. But we already have execute. I think it's Cairn on curve. If I'm being honest, I'm more familiar with Sherry Bobbins, the Simpsons parody of Mary Poppins. Might execute that. But we got a Karen. We got a Karen. Turns out hit it very hard would have been excellent. I don't think it's a misplay, but it's an unfortunate turn of events. Okay, you're coming out, and I guess you're going face, and then if you take this value trade, I'm gonna execute the crap out of you. Man who plays all the instruments at the same time. It's an iconic performance from the lead in Mary Poppins. It's such a weird thing, like the umbrella as the image for like why and how she's supernatural. Okay, it's probably gonna be a tempo execute. Let's look over our options. We don't really have options. Many options. We could dredge first. I might just kind of see what we get, because we're probably gonna get a 5 that I'm gonna want to play. Pop. Yeah. Fantastic. Really, either way there? Either way? I think I'm gonna go with this for now. I think it's a nice way to keep our hand flexible for when we do play fires later. This can go face. I think, you know, and I've talked about as much as I can about the quality of the movie, it having been like decades since I've seen it. But as far as the like ideas and the themes of the movie, it's really interesting how it reifies the traditional family norm structure. And you know, this magical figure comes in not to change any of the deep tissue stuff that made for the undesirable dynamics in the home. She doesn't really change any of that. She just makes everyone more cheerfully able to like manage it. It's almost like she teaches them how to repress, you know? That's kind of interesting. Get this going, and then dredge maybe? 2, 2, and 3? Well, la-di-da. Rat King and Abominable are both quite good. I guess we take Abominable. I would love to hear thoughts about Mary Poppins from anyone in the chat, particularly Salty Sea Dog. I would love to know, like, why it's your favorite, what is fun about it for you, what you like. Well, I can't very well play this into an empty board now, can I? I would like to... I mean, this is just a rush now. I think... Let's go with this and actually armor, because it might be a shield shatter turn next turn. Like, if they play smaller stuff, we can wipe them out and keep this on the board. Coping mechanisms brought to you by Mary Poppins. Right, yeah, like, it's all symbolized in her main... I mean, there's a lot of main songs, but... Spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down, right? That's it in a nutshell. You have to take your oppression or your toxicity or whatever it is. You have to take that one way or the other. So you may as well enjoy it. That's the lesson from Mary Poppins. This is just a fantastic play now. So I don't know how you even stay in this game after this. Maybe with a Rune of the Archmage, right? That would be the one thing. And it is turn 9, so... Fox Sports, they had a night game between the Red Sox and the Yankees last night, and they had a helicopter sky shot coming back from a commercial where they overlaid the Boston, New York logos onto the 2 squares where the Twin Towers used to be. It's so cheesy. I hate patriotism, man. It's so stupid. You're supposed to cry because someone's holding a flag off the ground because it's disrespectful for the flag to touch the ground, and the teen held it off the ground, and you cry and you salute my country. Patriotism. Final boss, give me your energies. Eyes Wide Shut. I could do that one for you. I do love me some Kubrick. And Eyes Wide Shut was one of the last Kubricks that I had left to watch, and I watched it a couple months ago. I actually watched it in 2 very different ways. One with my eyes open and one with them shut. The results may surprise you. That's a joke. I did watch it in 2 very different ways, though. I watched the movie in another, like, movie marathon type situation. And I watched Racer Trash's edit of the movie. Racer Trash is a now defunct group of artists who took movies, aggressively edited them and put filters on and put music over them and made them into, like, abstract art, and then would stream them on Twitch. You can't really find these movies because it was part of their mission statement to not release them publicly. I don't actually know if there's any point in playing this, but it saves us some damage, I guess. Maybe weakens the board for an Dynomatic turns later, I don't know. Racer Trash. They're named after Speed Racer, which is the first movie that they ever waved, which is their word for editing. Anyway, So I saw Eyes Wide Shut normal style, and then I saw it with all kinds of cool like music and effects and editing and filters and stuff. Both of them excellent experiences. I would rate Eyes Wide Shut 4.5 out of 5 blobs. I don't think I've seen a Kubrick film that's less than 4.5, but I have seen some that are more. We need to get something on the board. Dynomatic is no longer an option. Thanks to our Imp Gang boss friend here. Next turn, we're gonna have 4 mana. I guess I will take a Gear Grubber. I don't know. Maybe Execute is the line, like a free Execute. I don't know. Bunch of bars and nightclubs that do that. It's cool. It's an amazing. It's a new art form, and it's illegal for it to exist. The reason that I can't share their art with you is because of copyright shit. That's it. They made brilliant art. Some of my favorite art I've ever seen. Trailblazed a new medium, and we can't have it because of copyright strikes. So if that's not something that's gonna make you bitter about copyright law, I don't know what is. I kind of want to save this until we can get the Collider. Right? Like, so we just play this. This might be really good next turn.
King's honor, friend.
Is it fair use? No. I mean, if they posted their shit, it probably would have gotten them in trouble. But they would stream it, and then it, you know, it would disappear. And they decided to stop doing streams. Just they felt like the project had run its course, and I miss it very much, actually. Very formative art experience. The last few years of my life. Kind of wonder if you ever 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that doesn't work. You ever whelp just because it matches up with this? I think you might. Whelp into Cairn, right? I think it makes sense. Anyway, Eyes Wide Shut is weird, man. It's like a sex movie, but it's not about sex, it's about repression. Like, Tom Cruise just wanders through the movie, essentially, like, fleeing from intimate encounters while seeking them at the same time. And some people argue that the movie is actually about, let's see, 10, 13, 15. People argue that the movie's actually about his wife and her subjectivity. I think it's an interesting argument. I don't see any way out. Shoulder check. Awesome. And it's famous for its, like, the cult shit that happens to keep it vague. But it's interesting how tangential that is to the whole movie. Like, it's not really what the movie is about. Anyway, the way that the film is shot is almost queasy in certain scenes. Like, there's an opening scene at a ball, like a soiree, and it just gives me that same sick feeling that I feel at parties, especially, like, rich people parties, like, stifling. I don't know. It's a movie that gets under your skin. Without necessarily, like, going anywhere. Very strange film. Mary Poppins was a strong woman who demanded respect in the suffragette era of the film. While it's true that she kind of teaches the family to suppress their feelings, I feel like she symbolizes self-reflection and self-evaluation. It's an interesting thing, right? Like, what can be progressive in one era then becomes regressive in another, and vice versa, and etc. Alright, we got one more shot at this thing. We got overwhelmed by a warlock. Not a huge surprise. Ivanovic finished 11-3. Well, let's see if we can beat him. Society. Have not seen Society. Is it a Spanish language film? No, it's not. Okay, I'm thinking of a different movie. Yeah, I don't know this movie. But yeah, you know, having a woman come into the household and tell people what's what, that's pretty progressive for that era, right? And you could also read some sinister stuff into the values that she is reinforcing via her progressiveness, which, you know, has a lot of application when you're thinking about feminism and, like, white feminism that purports to always have the answers, but in effect erases other oppressed people at the same time as it has the answers. Let's take a reef walker. I think we don't need the treasure guard. I hope we don't need the treasure guard. Let's try to find fires or something. Alright, let me mark that down. Society. It's pretty on the nose to call your movie Society, so I would be pretty curious how they make good on that. Yeah, we pass here. We got conditioning, which is good. Play it around turn 5 if we can. Scary start, but hey, it's our final boss, so it's to be expected. We make some progress on this painting is what I'm wondering. That's a ding dong. I like that ding dong. Thank you for following. Appreciate it. Welcome to the fun dungeon. I would probably like to dredge, see if we could find a win con. We already have some in hand, but I'm greedy for win conditions. Anchorman, sure. The only good card there. Since we already have our weapon in hand. Conditioning with Scrapsmith? Yeah, I gotta try to get that Scrapsmith down next turn, for sure. It's pretty good here, too. It's nice when the best play for the future is also the best play for the present. Feels good when that happens. I don't mind Super Collider. Next turn, certainly like a conditioning play is in order. You could also very much Anchorman here. What do I prefer? Anchorman, Super Collider? I think Super Collider is good to just get it down and start to screw with like what they feel like they can play. Yeah, also, we don't take a lot of damage and we clear their board. It's nice. So now they're very limited, what they could do. Well,
Options. You know, there's a nice play with Anchorman where you hit, it goes down to a 4/4, and then Anchorman clears. That's very clean. I kind of just want to get the conditioning going, though. Maybe play this. The 5/4. I don't know. No, let's do the Anchorman. Draws another card. That's good. Makes it more likely to buff other stuff. We got a hell of a hand here, y'all. Not gonna be easy for them to beat us, but it's Paladin, so they've got some nasty tricks in that class. Why can't I get an Outrider's Axe out of like 5 Warrior drafts? I've had maybe 1 Outrider's Axe in 10 Warrior drafts, Hisoka. I was watching a little bit of you the other day, Hisoka. I caught a roommate watching Hunter x Hunter. Great villain. Yeah, and if I miss anything that you've requested from me, chat, just gently remind me after some time has passed. Sometimes it takes me a little while, and sometimes I forget, especially on a busy day like today. This is a kind of a funny play here. Do I want to do it? It's a little greedy. I'm thinking of 3 spells. 3 spells. It's a little greedy. And then you would maybe hit here. I don't know. Kill that. You don't have a lot of initiative is kind of the problem. Has Shield Shatter been this run? It's been Shield Shitter. How it's been. It's fine. We can manage. So here's where things get hard. Here's where they, like, could come back here. Sick. Yeah. So we're just putting stats out. And praying. Figure out a better way to do this.
They really just... How did they clear everything so effectively? Look away for 2 seconds? Damn, dude. Glug is good. Glug is good. Let's do Glug. And, kinda lose if it's Consecration, right? We might just lose this here. Ooh. Ooh. Not Consec yet. Maybe soon. Get Noivus. Oh. Interesting. Secret too? Out of Timeway Wanderer. Okay, well this is amazing. But I don't play it first because of, like, Judgment, right? You got problems, man. Is it Avenge? Is it Reckoning? Value trade in 3/3? I guess. Actually Reckoning. And go figure. I was 3 off lethal just with the Glug. It's so funny. I still think trading's the right call. Probably. Definitely, probably. Think hitting minion was better because of Divine Shield thing? Okay, I can see that. Repeat the last spell you cast that costs 5 or more? Have we? I don't think we have. So I guess Spellkin first. I'm not really thinking of a card we can get from this that could win it for us. You could find Ice Block. That would be kind of nice. But I don't know. Okay. Oh, fuck. I almost messed that turn up a little bit. We're good. We're good. Woo! We did it, chat! We got there! Thank you, Glug! Oh, man. Amidst a lot of mediocre rolls out of fires, We managed to get there thanks to the Glug. They brought the pressure there at the end. They brought the heat. And I was pretty scared. But the thing about fires is that even if you low roll 5 out of 6, that 6th one might be good enough to just single-handedly win you the game. So even when you get unlucky, you can get lucky. Back-to-back 12s, y'all. In fact, I'm gonna put that in my stream title. Got myself on the back-to-back a little bit. "12 with Hunter, 12 with Warrior." We gotta pick an MVP now, Golden the MVP card. Fire is the most OP spell in Arena's history. Psychic Scream during the Psychic Scream meta was pretty unparalleled. It shaped everything, and Priest was the only class that could win. It was pretty nuts. Not sure if that's a contender or not. Back 12 back. Thanks everybody, appreciate it. So, I mean, it's just probably Fires, right? But let's look at the other cards. We might find another MVP. Conditioning is a candidate. Fires. Scrapsmith was pretty good, but only really because of conditioning. Super Collider was good, but not like the most incredible thing I've ever seen. Whelp did nice work. Anchorman was great. Yeah, it's gonna be conditioning or fires, and I think they both won me a lot of games. Fires isn't close to being the most OP spell, but it's still really good. Yeah, I don't know if I call it the most OP. Anytime you have a spell that needs a lot of time to get going, and that also features RNG effects, it's not gonna be as good as an OP consistent spell where you know what you're gonna get every time. Honestly, I would say I'd rather have, in some cases, a full-blown evil than a Fires, but it's hard to compare them across classes, right? That's the confusing thing, because Warlock needs a different thing than Warrior does, and Fires suits Warrior very well. Whoa! We got a little reward in the form of a subscription. Vegas Wombat with the Prime sub. Thanks so much, Vegas Wombat. That's a special thing you just did for me. Chat, if you connect Amazon Prime to your Twitch account, you can give somebody a free sub every month. And that some blobby might be anyone. Okay, we're just gonna craft Fires, right? Conditioning was close, but there are games that I just could not have won without this. Boom, baby. Let me write that MVP down. Fires? Well, it's still on the screen, so I know how to spell it. It's the Fires. The Fires of Zin Shari. I like that construction. ZSH. Been a lot of cards right now.